sure that's on, which it is. Make sure this is over here. It is, and we should be good to go. Yep.
Do you require anything, Master? Hot meal?
And good morning, ISD, and Codex, and Tuxedo Brain. I already said hi to you. You don't get any more highs, but Mr. Red, you get a high.
Apprentice, my master Darth Vengeance is distraught. With his covert attack exposed, the Treaty of Coruscant has been broken. And apparently, Moff Maskin did not survive Admiral Monk's ambush. What happened?
It seems to me there was more going on here than you led me to believe.
Figured it out, did you? Yes, Apprentice. Admiral Monk was my minion. And I orchestrated the ambush and Darth Vengeance's blunder. Don't let this newfound knowledge confuse you.
I'm sure there are reasons for your actions, and I don't need to know them.
You are the perfect disciple. You will be brought up to speed when the time is right. Now, the final Plan Zero target has been discovered. The hunt for Jedi Knight Zerinder takes you to Hoth. Contact me when you arrive.
Good morning, Hazardous. Mike Romano, Black Vial, and Ruth. Good morning, one and all. Before we go to Hoth... Actually, Quinn doesn't deserve this song. Hang on. You know, I just need to add this to a playlist. I pull it up so often. 1 second. There. Just gonna... I need to pull up Quinn's song here. Okay, it's very important. I need to find Quinn's song. Glad you liked it, Mendeckler. I liked the movie too, right up until the end. No, Mr. Red.
My lord, I've been tracking a series of broken Imperial signals on an encrypted channel. Tremendous interference. I've identified the source, Major Ovech, commander of Moff Broisk's elite infiltrator unit. But that's all.
Strange. That name continues to pop up.
Yes, Moff Broisk oversees a large proportion of Imperial forces. I served with Major Ovech under Moff Broisk. The man is an unmatched officer. Moff Broisk's command ship does not respond when hailed. My gut says there's trouble. Permission to investigate further.
Alright, everyone ready for a big, in-depth, amazing quest chain?
I know you wouldn't waste time with anything that wasn't important.
Thank you, my lord.
And it's done.
My lord, I was able to clear the channel and get to the bottom of Major Ovech's relays. He's in a state of emergency. Patching him through now.
My lord, your captain there is 1 in a million. I've given up hope anyone out there would hear my distress calls.
He's proven himself invaluable to me, on many occasions.
Wish I still had him in my detail. Probably would have avoided this. Moff Broisk dispatched me and my officers to a secret weapons warehouse on Cato Nemoidia. Trouble is, it ain't a secret no more. We're holed up, surrounded by Republic forces. Trying to get Broisk to send the rest of my unit, but he's gone radio silent.
It's worse than that, my lord. The Major's ship has been commandeered by Broisk's personal commandos and ordered to stay put.
That tears it. Seen it 100 times with Broisk. Better to cut bait and let good soldiers die than admit a mistake.
Sounds more like Broisk wants you dead, Major. Any idea why?
Same reason he demoted and exiled your captain, I'm guessing. I'm his only officer who's not shy about my opinion. Enemy was pausing between breaths, gearing up to charge again. Looks like the end of the line for me, but I'm not going out without a fight. Ovech, out.
My lord, Major Ovech would be a terrible loss. I served on his ship, know it like the back of my hand. I can infiltrate and try to restore command to his men. Then they would be free to join the fight.
Why are you still standing here? Go.
Yes, my lord. My lord, returning from action. Pleased to report, Major Ovech and most of his officers have been saved. I was able to infiltrate Ovech's starship and seize control of the operating systems. I identified where his men were being held, freed them, and locked Moff Broisk's occupying force on the bridge. Ovech's men promptly rescued him.
The Moff must be pitching a fit. How does it feel to thwart your nemesis?
My lord, I merely ensured that a great asset of the Empire wasn't squandered. Nothing more. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll return to my duties.
And that was Quinn's quest. Quinn's quest. Actually, I would tend to agree on Falkenstein. Obviously, different take on it, but yeah, eras and blah blah blah. Yes, Sierra Mike, go ahead by all means. Then we need her theme.
Sometimes I think it's just better to be born male. At least if you're a slave. I keep thinking of Tiva, my sister. She wasn't strong enough to work in the mines, but she got more beautiful every year. Mother tried to hide it with mud and filthy clothes.
There's only so much you can do to disguise a young beauty.
Yeah, Mother was dedicated, though. Broke Tiva's nose once when a buyer was coming. Anyway, I've got some credits put aside. I want to hire a tracker to find Tiva and Mother. I just need to use the Imperial data files on board. Get some leads for the tracker to start with. That okay?
Of course, Vet. Whatever will help.
You're the best! Okay, next free moment I have, I'll start running some searches.
And now we need Jace's theme, obviously. Since we just got this whole thing going on now at this point. Find Jace's theme, there it is.
Master, I should have requested an audience with you some time ago. I have exciting news. In an effort to pull my own weight, I've been reaching out with my senses. I'm becoming aware of other Sith who operate in contradiction to the Empire.
Quiet down, Jacer. The ship has ears.
Sorry, Master. My excitement sometimes gets the better of me. As my senses reach out, I recognize certain signatures. Several that are like looking into a mirror. I'm seeing the same insecurity that I feel as I feign loyalty to the Empire. If there are others like us, we should find them.
Continue your efforts to locate these Sith and confirm their nature.
Thank you, Master. It might take some time, but I'm on it.
Alright, moving on to Holth. See, I saw that, Crazy Norse, and that is not what I would call a surprising fact. I mean, you figure there'd be plenty, right? What the hell do I know, I suppose.
My lord, I'm docked at the space station above Hoth.
Very good. Now that Admiral Monk and the War Trust have fallen to your might, all that remains is Jedi Knight Zerinder. Zerinder has dedicated himself to the Republic like no other. He's led our enemies to many cunning victories. Not only is he a symbol of inspiration for the Republic, he's been a thorn in my side for a long time.
I will bury him in the snow.
The Chiss traitor you spared confirmed Zerinder's presence, and has since informed me that the Jedi is seeking a secret superweapon. I can uncover no information about this weapon, only that it was lost in the wreckage of one of the crashed starships from the war.
Maybe we can use the Republic's toy against them.
Perhaps. If Zerinder wants it, it must be very powerful. His death is the goal, but if the weapon can be salvaged, all the better. Your contact on the surface is Commander Lankland. He's been tracking Zerinder and should be ready to meet you at the Imperial base. The Commander occasionally bites off more than he can chew, but he's been warned that this mission cannot afford anything less than perfection. Zerinder is the last of your targets. Report to me when you know the nature of the superweapon he seeks. Get this right, apprentice.
Hoth. Back in the day, I managed to escape assignment here. It chills my bones just to be in orbit above this frigid planet.
Yeah, you should leave me on the ship. I think I'm fighting off a cold.
Forget those cowards, my lord. A little snow won't stop me. I'm ready for action.
I too would gladly accompany you on this mission, my lord. I wish to see all the galaxy has to offer.
Well, good to know, because I plan to bring you, Jason. Such as it is. ISD, I think I've seen Sci-Fi Debris play through Sith Warrior. But at the same time, I'm not sure I have. I might be thinking of his Agent playthrough, and I know he recently started a Bounty Hunter playthrough. So actually, I take that back. I don't think I... How did he play Sith? Didn't he do Sith Inquisitor? Hang on, now I'm confused. I'm gonna go with no. I don't have any memory of a Sith Warrior run by Sci-Fi Debris. In fact, I didn't know he even did one, so... I was mixing it up with Inquiz. Hate this room. Ugh! And thank you very, very much, Sinister Wing. Very much obliged, sir. Thank you. What makes Hoth valuable? Depends. I'll put that towards Hom 5, Sinister Wing. Thank you. So, obviously in the original movies, the only value to it was that it was a piece of nothing nowhere. Here, there was a battle in the past which led to a massive fleet, which led to a lot of debris. And that's relatively recent to now. So, unlike Terrace, there actually is salvage value in Hoth right now. After that, not so much.
Good evening to all, and welcome to the Adama Space Station. I'm Ensign Rail. I gather this visit is because you'll be travelling through to the surface of Hoth.
Yes, let's go and get our snow playlist playing.
That's the intent.
I'll be scanning you so I can customize your cold weather equipment. Then I'll arrange your briefing. There we are. As you're on the VIP list, Lieutenant Halpern will brief you. He's in the theatre. Good day.
Well, I mean, that is true, Mr. Red, but I'll at least give them credit. At least there's a frickin' reason that Hoth matters here. Unlike, some other planets I could mention.
Attention, VIPs in the room, let's show some respect. At ease. Let's get this started. Ostensibly, the conflict on Hoth is over salvage from a battle that happened above the planet. In reality, it is our trap for the Republic.
I hadn't heard anything about a trap on Hoth. Explain.
The fight with the Republic has lasted for years now. The objective on Hoth is not to end the battle, but to sustain it. We want our forces small and mobile, and while the Republic keeps chasing victory, we bleed them dry of personnel and equipment.
And that's actually smart, so...
I will extend their misery with every blow I strike.
Yes, my lord. Misery's easy enough to find on Hoth.
Excuse me, everyone. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I brought your cold weather equipment.
We were just finishing, Ensign.
This should keep your core body temperature up. When you're ready, report to a pilot in the shuttle bay for transport to the planet.
Colonel Vanis at Dawn Base will be waiting for you. Good luck down there.
Good morning, Zach Taft. That sounds amusing, ISD. But yeah, I didn't even know about that one. Go figure. I kind of stopped watching Sci-Fi Debris since he started covering things I didn't care about that much. That and Time.
On the ground safe and sound, everyone. Clearance code says there is a Commander Triton in charge.
My briefing said I was to meet a Colonel Vanis.
I don't know anything about that. Commander Triton's the one listed as in charge now. I'm sure he can fill you in on the story. I need to de-ice the shuttle here.
Well, first, they didn't tell anyone about it, Zach Taft. Then they killed everyone who did.
Your advice boils down to doing nothing, and that I cannot do.
Sir, I respect your bravery, but if you see this through personally, you will be dead. And whose leadership will we have then? Ah, we've been awaiting your arrival. This is Commander Triton, and I am known by the core name, Udrus.
Lieutenant Halpin sent word you would be coming, and we've never had greater need of you.
Colonel Vanis, the commander of this base, is missing. We fear he's dead, along with all the most experienced men from this base.
Fill me in on the situation.
The Colonel went out to investigate evidence of a possible spy probe near the ice lake. He was under heavy guard.
We received a distress call. It was obvious he found trouble.
Scout 1 to Dawn Base. Heavy casualties. Taking heavy casualties. We're under attack. We can't see the...
Recordings don't frighten me. I'll go see if I can find out what happened.
Our best case scenario is that Colonel Vanis' communications tipped off the Republic, and he's gone quiet.
But if I were out in that cold, I'd have called for a rescue. If you can find the Colonel, everyone on this base is in your debt.
Hi, Gum Gum. Also, that's insanity. Everyone reproduces exactly the same as we do. 100%. Good morning, MPBY. And actually, I remember that bonus series. It was one of the only bonus series I remember because, I mean, most of them kind of suck. Oh, that's just 16. Right. We're not there yet. We'll get there soon. Thank you, Cord. That's why I'm right. Yeah, I mean, why would you be scared of cancer, Gum Gum? That's just nonsense. There's another one.
I seek Commander Langlin.
My lord, I am Ensign Slint, Commander Langlin's second in command. You've arrived sooner than expected. The commander is in the field, tracking Jedi Zerender, but has failed to report in. His tracer beacon hasn't moved for quite some time.
Did he transmit any information for me?
No, my lord. Transmissions on Hoth are sketchy and hard to make secure. This planet is a pitfall of hazards. There's a massive Republic presence, and all manner of power-hungry alien pirates. Our forces are stretched thin. A rescue party for Commander Langlin would take several days to put together.
Just tell me where to go.
Here is the location indicated by the tracer beacon. It's in hostile territory. There are rumors of a heavily defended pirate stronghold in that sector. It will be hard to get in.
The tougher, the better.
I hope you are successful, my lord. The pirates hate the Empire. If Commander Langlin has fallen into their clutches, I hate to think what's happened.
That is new.
And ding. 60. Just gonna toss those into the ceiling there, don't mind me. Hey, I can equip those mods now, which we're gonna do. Put that there, put that there, put that there. There we go. Not really, Zach Taft, no. Not in a long time. And no, Gum Gum, not at all. I'm just kidding. Actually, that makes perfect sense. Let me explain it another way. Because cancer is a terrible way to explain that. You don't get scared of driving, do you? You know, shadow machines and a basilisk. Or a basilisk, if you prefer. Max level 70 something? 75, I'm pretty sure. But it's not actually 100% sure. Welcome to Hoth. Population, nothing. Hoth zones are, to my knowledge, the biggest zones in the game, with Voss being one of the only competitors to that. And you have seen all of Hoth right now. I'm not actually joking. This is pretty much what you're going to get for Hoth. I put serious thought into spending real money on getting the 2 million credits necessary to give me 20% more movement speed. I didn't, obviously. I mean, from a purely visual design perspective, Hoth is actually pretty impressive, I think. Legit. It is just vast and snowy enough without actually being boring. Like with Tatooine, I actually appreciate the visual design of Hoth. The problem is from a game design perspective. Hoth is often considered one of the more boring planets because, well, because of what's happening right now. All we're doing is very, very slowly getting to our destination. Nevertheless, I would prefer this to, you know, slogging through swarms of enemies. So, of course, I like snow in general, so make of that what you will. Yeah, come here, Jason. Or not. Okay. Thought I could summon her in a thing. Hoth is probably too cold even for me. But I'd rather live on Hoth than Tatooine, I'll tell you what. Oh yeah, in case you missed that, while we got here, they gave us an item. Back in the day, it actually reduced the cold damage you take. Nowadays, it just reduces all elemental damage. I'll go ahead and pop it, why not? Yeah, I prefer cool, not cold. About 50-ish. That's good for me. Go and get some drugs. There we go. Delicious, wonderful drugs. Oh, I need to find a collar. I'm just saying, I would totally live in Naboo. I'm not even joking. Damn it. Of course I can't search for a specific... So there's a comic of PvP Online. And I'm just going to tell you it because I have no idea how to search PvP Online. It's Comic Archives. And he's out like, okay, I need to get ready for a fight, so let me just take a stem, then another stem. Let me get this stem for my armor and this stem for my adrenals, and then I need this stem to make the colors pretty, and then I need this stem to bring me down from the other stems. It's not as bad as it used to be, but when this game launched, you pretty much needed to buff to the tilt for just about any encounter that isn't, you know, pure trash. Like these fights we're doing right now, we would stim up for these fights. As an aside, I don't mind heat that much as long as it's dry heat. Looking at you, Vegas.
My lord, is that you? I heard the sounds of battle outside and grew hopeful.
Rise to your feet, Commander. You're freed.
Sorry for this trouble, but truth is, my capture gives us great insight into the enemy. Jedi Zerander is a crafty adversary. I thought I was tracking him and his men when I found myself led into a pirate ambush. It seems he had the Republic's elite Tal's commandos lure me off his trail. The Tals are unmatched trackers, highly cunning.
So you know nothing of Zerenda's mission or destination?
Well, I suppose practically speaking, that is the case. I can tell you this. If Zerender's been given command of the Tals, this weapon he's after must be supremely important. I know where the Tals' headquarters is located. Maybe you can force one of them to confess what Zerender's after.
I suppose that will have to suffice.
I wish there was more I could do. I hope this lead makes up for my blunder. I'll rendezvous with you at the outpost in the next sector, and we can update Lord Barris.
So, you guys probably don't remember this guy because he had a bit role, but you remember way back in Droman Kos. This was the guy who we were going to collect the Jedi who was in Carbonite. You remember that? And he's like, I don't anticipate any problems, and Barris is totally paranoid. And then we killed off two separate groups who were both there for the Jedi. That guy. Oh yeah, it wasn't a Jedi. Sorry. You're right. He was part of Noman Carr's group. Part of the intelligence group. I don't know why I'm still mentally associating him as a Jedi, but whatever. That's true. Crazy Norse. And I am not fond of bugs, so any environment where there's less bugs is a good thing for me. Which is funny, because, you know, right now I live in a place which is wet and hot. He was secretly a Jedi. I knew it! Wet and cold. That's an interesting one. I think I'm just tired and stupid for associating him as a Jedi. I don't think I have a favorite, Zach Taft. Whatever I'm in the mood for. Hey, someone noticed. Congratulations, Mr. Rid. You are the first person to notice.
Try not to get so banged.
You? Oh god, I thought... So I see this giant droid drop in, I'm like, shoot, what is that thing? Oh god, I gotta kill that thing. I'm ready. About to pop my cooldowns. Like, I was in full ready to go mode as soon as I saw you drop in there. Oh. Yes, Crazy Norse. Everything they kill. 100%. That's why all the Jedi are so fat. Because they went to war. No, don't worry. They're not Native American Jedi. Well, some of them aren't. I mean, we could eat silver in real life in small quantities. That doesn't really... bothered me too much. God damn. Hell, I actually took silver for a while for my nerve damage. Didn't do any good, but, you know, whatever. At this point, it's been 15 years since the accident, and I still don't really have control over my left foot, so I don't think I'm ever going to at this point. The same reason that there's British people in Star Wars, Tesla. God, I love the thing it does with our cloaks. Look at that. What's actually funny is the Imperial accent being a, what do you call it, a received British or whatever, is because of... Oh god, I can't think of his name. The gentleman who played Tarkin, the amazing actor who played Tarkin. As with so many other things about Star Wars, coincidence turned into canon. Cushing, Peter Cushing, thank you. Great guy. An excellent actor, and, you know... I mean, he's dead, and it sucks. But the fact is, good lord, that man was amazing. It's also fantastic to read about the behind-the-scenes stuff, because apparently, since he was so... He and, oh god. I can't think of his freaking name. I'm really tired. Alec Guinness. Alec Guinness and Peter Cushing both were of tremendous help to all the actors on set during the making of A New Hope. But what's funny, you hear about the stories of Peter Cushing, who was just nice and kind and helpful and polite, and he'd take care of other people, and he'd give them tips on how to take care of themselves. All sorts of fun stuff like that. And then you look at Grand Moff Tarkin, one of the most horrifically evil people in all of Star Wars. Yeah, exactly, von Falkenstein. I would love to see a picture someday of him in the slippers while in the Grand Moff Tarkin outfit. I absolutely think that, yes, Tesla. One of the things Lucas really wanted was younger, unproven actors in order to try and, you know, start their whole thing. I'm going to get off the elevator before I do this. I agree, Darth Tyron. Not that I would know, obviously. There we go.
I found Colonel Varnis. He was dead, murdered by Republic Tals.
Tals. That would make sense. Cold adapted, Republic aligned. I've not killed their kind before. What about you, Commander?
What? Yes, of course.
The base awaits your orders, Commander.
We are having deep morale issues in the forward outpost. I must show them that we can triumph without Colonel Varnis. Now is the time for reprisals. These chittering animals will not get away with this. I want 10 of the Republic to suffer for every one of ours dead. I want every last Tolls wiped out, their heads on sticks out in the frost.
Anything you'd like to add?
The main thrust of the plan is sensible, but given our limited knowledge, I suggest the plan be refined before use. A covert action is advisable, or we'll end up wiping out one group and causing the rest to go into hiding. I have data arrays we could install in their communications link. If we did that, we could locate and estimate their numbers before we hit them.
They weren't carrying handheld comms. They've probably got way stations. I can bug those.
This sounds plausible. As much as I hate to admit it, Udris is usually right about these things.
Commander! Come in, Commander!
Go ahead, Scout 5.
We found a nest of tolls on the ice lake. Too many to engage. Transmitting coordinates now.
Our luck is changing. If we can get those arrays into whatever they're using for communications, we'll soon know what we need.
When you're done, report to the forward outpost. It's closer to the lake, and the men there can see your success in person.
Yeah, by the way, this is my shocked face that the Chiss is the smart one here. You know, I actually do like the Chiss, kind of. But at the same time, I actually really dislike the Chiss as a species. Because they're a species of awesome people. No, seriously. Look into the lore of the Chiss. They are generally much smarter than most other races. Far more precise, far more disciplined. They have extremely regimental and excellent skill with regards to a huge variety of options. Their military is one of the best in the galaxy in any era. They're frickin' Prussian. Like, I suppose my point is that the Chiss look cool, and I like the idea of an extra, outer rim race that's just not part of galactic politics for the most part. Isolationist kind of thing. And I'm fine with the idea of Thrawn being a super genius. One guy who was that good. And then you have the Chiss. And it's like, as with all other things, the Chiss as a people basically became the Thrawn 2.0s. So, yeah, no, And then they added the Chiss in this game, which, again, I have the exact same thoughts on. On the one hand, sweet, I get to play a Chiss, because Chiss are cool. On the other hand, why the hell are the Chiss here? So angry. Must destroy everything. Okay, we're cool. And we're out. Peace. I mean, I, of all people, understand and appreciate backloaded storytelling. And it is a fascinating creative challenge to try and craft something out of basically nothing. But the Chiss... Anyways, the Chiss probably shouldn't be in this game. Let's just go ahead and say that. That being said, the Chiss probably shouldn't be in this game in lore. To explain my statement slightly better. I'm fine with the Chiss being a cosmetic option, sure. Let's do it. I mean, I'm fine with being a pink Darth Vader. To use a direct example. No, thank you, Luna. Go ahead and share it for chat, if chat wants to see it, but I'll look later. Yeah, I'm basically a red Vader now. What do I still need? That. Yeah, like I said, I'm fine with cosmetics. If you want to look like some ridiculous, stupid, bikini-clad, pink, highlighted, stars and stripes, whatever the hell, I don't care. I'm down for that, and I always have been. I prefer to look a little more serious, but that's my preference. I should have that option, just like other people should have the option to look ridiculous, or silly, or sexy, or whatever it is they want, right? So, again, Chiss being a cosmetic option, sold. But I don't think the Chiss should be part of the Sith Empire. They never even properly, to my knowledge, excuse me, let me rewind that a second. They never even properly explain how the Chiss end up joining the Sith Empire. It's like the Sith Empire went to conquer them, and then there was negotiations, and then the Chiss decided to peaceably become part of the Sith Empire. And it's like, you missed a few steps! Like a few crucial steps. Where's Cord? Cord is way out there. I'm gonna go and move forward.
Good to hear from you. We've been receiving the feed from the data arrays, and what we've learned is quite interesting.
We had assumed there were one, perhaps two groups of TORs out there. We found 6. Had we attacked earlier, we would have gotten one group and the other 5 would have gone to ground.
Now that we've tracked them, it is time to exterminate them.
Commander Triton and I believe we have the answer.
The good part is we know how many TORs there are. And the bad part is we don't have enough forces to hit all 6 groups at once. We have devised a plan to put the TORs in position for a killing blow. Their supplies, weapons, medical equipment, and the high-calorie food they require, all of it is stored in one central location. They may be adapted to the cold, but without their supplies, they wouldn't last a week. So we will destroy their cache.
They will choose between retreating home or starvation.
That, or the one other option that we think the more likely.
If I were them, and suddenly without food, I would raid this base. So we will amplify our defenses here and spring the trap shut. Unfortunately, getting at their supplies may be difficult. They are in a series of ice caves overrun by Wampas.
That sounds like a pretty unforgiving security system.
Wampas can be fooled. A combination of synthetic pheromones and body language could make them think a TORs is part of their pack. All the more reason to bring back their equipment. We could learn much from the TORs.
The last thing you'd want to do in a Wampa cave is wear yourself down.
You'd be surprised how much I can carry.
I suspect even with your associates here it will be difficult, but it's your decision. Take anything of theirs that gives them aid or comfort. Make them come crawling. Let them know who the masters of this miserable world are.
For those of you in chat who have never done this, you should totally Google image search Pink Vader. There's some really adorable pictures there. Like, there's a little kid, like a 7 or 8-year-old kid, who is in a pink Darth Vader outfit. It's absolutely adorable. There's also the Hello Kitty Vader. Yes, that's a thing. No, I'm not joking. By the way, I just want you guys to know that you just made me smile, because no less than 6 separate people just told me, actually, the Chiss are not part of the Sith Empire. They're allies with the Sith Empire. Anyway, so as I was saying, the Chiss joined the Sith, and someone in chat also mentioned the Vitier thing, which again doesn't explain anything. Vitier is like, I'm going to eat your planet. The Chiss are like, wait. And then we fade to black, like it's a companion quest. And then we come back. So the Chiss have decided to become military allies and join the Sith. Yeah, no, there's still. I'm sorry, there's a couple gaps there. I'll tell you exactly why the Chiss are in here. It's because Thrawn is popular. It's the same exact reason they added Thrawn to Rebels. I mean, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, as long as you come up with a good reason for it, which they didn't. As usual, TOR is better when it's keeping its own continuity, rather than when it's trying to adhere to other people's continuity. If I had to come up with a reason for the Chiss joining, Vichy, France. Which I know is actually pretty similar to what actually happened, but you get the idea. Actually, yeah. I mean, I already compared this game to ESO, and both have the same thing. They're both Elseworlds. And that's fine. It's just, I wish they'd stop trying to connect to external continuity, because every time they do it, they screw it up. Just make TOR its own thing. There's plenty of good stuff here. The nearly 20 positives to story should explain that I'm totally down with a lot of the stuff you're doing, TOR. Oh yeah, I would also probably make the Chiss not a race of Mary Sues while we're on the subject. Let's add that into the equation. Speaking of cool things that TOR pulls, the Voss, which I'm actually looking forward to talking about a bit when we get there. But yeah, there's actually some decent ideas here. We can make it so this is why they're isolationist, or maybe this is before they were isolationist, or maybe they were literally an uplifted race, Krogan style. And this is back when, where are these stupid supplies? Oh, there they are. Maybe this is back before they actually became the race that we would know them as, right? 4, counting Hoth, MPBY. Where's the... So, visual design tip for any aspiring game designers out there. If you want to make a planet that's predominantly white and blue, and you know you're going to make a planet that's predominantly white and blue, do not make it so that the interactable items glow a kind of light white and blue. This is not the first or the 50th time I've had this problem on Hoth. There it is. Like, you can tell those are glowing, but not at a glance. And at a glance, visual recognition is IMO, very important. By the way, I'm kind of let's going a little bit here, because I would legitimately like to finish this up. I won't rush the actual missions. Well, okay, yes, I absolutely will. I won't rush the content, let's put it that way. But as far as the travel time, I'm going to start warping around and fast traveling a lot more, FYI. Any planets I don't like? Quesh! Yep, boop. What the? Huh? That's a new bug. Huh. Damn it, didn't get it. So, what the crap? Alright, I'll wait for Cord. The game knew I just mentioned I want to hurry this up a little bit, and the game's like, oh, do you now? Pagong! Over here. I'm not sure, Tesla Effect. It depends, doesn't it? There's actually a good variety of MMOs out there. Come on, take the bait. That's good. Well, tell him to hurry up, Dark Tyrant. Sorry. He was right here. I don't know the guild button. Guild. It's unbound. That would be why it's there. Here we go. Okay. Take 2. There we go.
Here. Let it not be said that carrying such a load through Wampus is impossible.
Yes, my lord. You'll be pleased to know that we have kept up our end of the plan.
The base is prepared for war. We have security fields, sensors, anti-personnel guns. We'll obliterate any Tulls that dares approach.
Commander! Commander! There's reports of a Tull's attack.
Excellent. What wing are they headed for?
No wing, sir. They're at the power station. They're overrunning the guards. They brought bombs.
These Tulls have no fear. Even when their army is at its last breath, they want to take us down with them.
If they kill the power station, we'll have no heat. We'll have to evacuate, or we won't last past nightfall.
I will be there soon.
I'll call for reinforcements from a Deimos orbital. They should be able to land within the hour. Just get to that power station, and quickly.
I mean, if I have to, you know. Oh my god, this one after this one. Hope you guys enjoy snow. Well, that's not terrifying looking. Whee! Let's go away. The same reason the Death Star exists, Actaft. It's the super weapon concept. Plus, you know, cool factor. Gotta have cool factor. I actually don't mind shoveling snow, but I've never minded, you know, physical labor. One time my dad and I were building a walkway out of gravel and slabs. And he was just like, man, this is awful. And I just kept going. And he and his... I'm going to go with wife. Decided to just chill. And that's not a complaint. Like, I was like, here, go relax. Go chill. I'll finish making this. It turned out pretty well, too. You say that like there's something wrong with physical labor, or manual labor, as it is. Maybe that's why I have back pain. Actually, I don't really have back pain anymore. I have neck pain. I don't think there's anything I can do about it. My back pain has basically gone away ever since I really started full tilting exercise back in October. As you might imagine, I did not catch it. Has just my apologies. Okay. Then these Tulls decided to die. I did all the yard work for my step-parents, too. Which I didn't mind either. It's a good way to get sun. I actually tanned pretty well, believe it or not. I would believe you if you didn't believe me, since I am pale as hell right now, since I basically don't get, you know, sun right now. Tell you what, Nymph, if I ever get to the point where I don't consider myself fat, I will absolutely do some exercise streams. However, doing exercise streams now would require you to physically see my whole body, which I consider to be unacceptable, so no. No, yeah, I remember Tesla. This is going to sound like a strange statement, but I am down to only having 3 pillows in my bed. Don't worry, Cord. We're clearing the path for you, so to speak. Only if they're lycanthropes, Duncan. Or I guess the opposite of lycanthropes. However that works out. Jeez, he's not even here yet. I'll go and wait for you, Cord. Because at this point, you're just going to get further and further behind if I don't. I'm not complaining, Darth Tyron. I'm really not. This is how I wish leveling was in most MMOs. It kind of is how leveling is in WoW. Back when they did the scaling thing in World of Warcraft, which is a couple of patches ago at this point, Pax and I were like, let's go ahead and level an allied race, which we did. And it was an alliance. It was the Draenei. I actually showed you that, my paladin. The Lightforged Draenei. And so we did Westfall, and then we did Lakeshire, and then we did I can't remember the name of the zone. Duskwood. And then we were 60. Now, I like that, to be clear. I think it should probably be a toggle or an option rather than just being the standard status quo, but I am still 100% in favor of that. Oh, there's Cord. And yeah, I have no idea if I'm going to like RE3R. I loved RE2R. Like, loved. It's actually my favorite Resident Evil game to date. What the heck are we in combat with? That's an interesting question, Pave Maniac. Huh. You know, I might actually give an aggregate or a full positive for this game for how quick leveling is. Which, I know is going to make some people heckled because there's lots and lots and lots of people who wish leveling was slower. And again, I think it would be better if there was a toggle, right? Do you want slow leveling or do you want fast leveling? But fast leveling has several benefits. First and foremost, it reduces slog. It also means you can kind of pick and choose what you do with regards to quests. There's also the option to, like, again, if you're just interested in getting to endgame quickly, then there you are, right? As opposed to waiting. I think I'm more inclined to give it an aggregate positive than a full positive. It would probably be a full positive if there was a toggle that didn't involve the game being terrible. And yeah, I'm going to say it that way.
Just had to get that across before pulling a trigger, huh?
Oh, hang on, guys. There's a Slayer of Sith coming. Actually, I think that is how it is, Catabo, which is good. It's also going to substantially increase the likelihood of future TOR runs, because we will never have to do the planetary primaries on the Sith side ever again. We can just skip these straight up. We also don't have to do the instances. We can just bypass all of that crap.
Lieutenant Auron reporting in, my lord. Our company is on the ground and we have secured the perimeter.
Tell me you cut off their retreat.
We cut them off and cut them down. There were a lot of them, but they didn't break through. We'll finish up here. If you return to Dawn Base, Commander Triton will no doubt want to congratulate you in person.
Nah, see, I don't think I agree, Earth Terran. Like, unsubbing... Like, for example, let's say I unsubbed right now. Oh, yeah. My experience gain would not actually go down. Immediately. It would go down once my sub ran out. Yes, we will be doing the Republic planetary primaries. And, like, 2 Republic dungeons. I love this song. Whoop, I'm going the wrong place. Oh, that works. I'll take it. they eat silver and they're made of rock, Gum Gum. How the hell are they the same as man?
And you say this squad, this group, managed to hold off the entire TOR's commander force?
It sounds incredible, to be sure, but here, I'll let you talk directly. You all have the thanks of the entire base. We were just expressing our amazement. May I introduce Moff Braynor, overseer of the Hoth system, among others.
I'm honored.
If not for you, Dawn Base would have been lost, and all the outposts that depend on it. It is for that reason I ask you your opinion. Would you say Commander Triton or Chiss Captain Udris was more instrumental in the base's defense?
That's a stupid question.
Captain Udris's advice formed most of our key strategies. We relied on him heavily.
That is as I expected. Very well. Captain Udris, you are now Colonel Udris. I am putting the base's welfare in your hands until further notice.
It seems you've broken down a few barriers, Colonel Udras.
Thank you. This is unprecedented. You do me great honor, Moff Braynor. I will have the base at inspection quality immediately.
Sir, if I might ask, do you think the enlisted men will have a problem taking orders from Colonel Udris?
You mean, will they refuse orders from a Chiss? They will at first. Then they will be made examples.
You could demonstrate your commitment by helping win the men over.
That is an excellent idea. I will begin immediately. Thank you, Moff Braynor. Colonel Udris.
That will be all.
Well, that went better than expected.
I suppose we should be happy we don't have pirate problems here.
He's referring to another security failure. Captain Revar at Leth Outpost lost a reactor substation to the Whitemore pirates. We have asked much of you, but Captain Revar has not, and his soldiers desperately need relief at the Leth Outpost. If you have the time, look in on them.
I was thinking the same thing, Tesla. Considering that this is intended to be a pseudo-ongoing review, I have no problem just, taking away a positive if we decide to in the future. So, Venters, congratulations, you're the second person to notice. But no, you're not missing anything. Patience, Zach Taft. Patience. Well, that actually depends on someone who isn't me, believe it or not, Hazardous. In fact, the post that usually goes up on the 5th may not go up on the 5th. That post will not go up until the new system is in place, one way or the other, so... Right now I'm waiting on the new system. Or nothing else. Well, I disallow it, Ventures. No more donations until we get the new system in place. So, I've been thinking about this, and it's time to codify. Codify. We're up to 10 gameplay positives. Oh, there we go. I'll talk about those in a second.
I asked not to be disturbed. No matter. It is a rare sight to see a stranger here.
Althir.
I trust you have come to help. I was busy calculating our chances in case the Republic attacks. It looks grim. If they bring a force of any real size, we're doomed.
If you have enemies, send me at them. You will be safe soon enough.
Our skeleton crew is willing to fight, but we need automated guns to make up for the lack of numbers, and those eat power. What we really need is to tap into the nearby geothermal power substation, but it's been taken by the Whitemore. We don't have the manpower to take on those pirates. and we've got a base that'll black out in any sustained fight with the Republic.
Criminals are no threat to me. Frozen ones less so.
The White Moors Hawks are more like an army than criminals. Our kill ratio for them is about 1 to 10. This is an energy coupling you'll need to install when you've eliminated all resistance. It should divert flow back to the outpost. With that power, our guns will be operational and give us a fighting chance. Go in strength.
Lord Thamar, Ruth. You're hearing Lord Thamar. Yeah, I know. You got Gideon and Emery. Let them do some stuff, people. God. So, to codify, I thought about it for a while, and I was looking at it. So, obviously, the leveling speed that finished up that positive, as well as the cosmetics, and cosmetics. I thought about it for a while, and I decided to differentiate the way that they allow transmog in this game into 3 separate positives, because it's really good, actually. It's not the best I've ever seen, but it's like 1 step off from the best I've ever seen. And that's not exactly unimpressive. I guess we're killing these guys? Yep, okay, sure. Oh, yep, see. Point to the quest item, ladies and gentlemen. Like, if you're looking at it for a second, you can see it. It's right there. But, God. Not good design. Bedbugs? No, bedbugs make no sense. They must all die. All of them! Actually, it's probably better to go ahead and go back now. Just make sure. I guess we can kill these guys while we're here. Hey, everyone, die. You're the next contestant on my lightsaber. What do we got for him, Bob? I mean, I'm already curious why you bother calling them artificially organic, since effectively they're not. Like, if it's artificially organic, then it's not. It's artificial. Just call it artificial. Then there's the fact that you're describing something that you call organic that can't take in liquid. I mean, I don't know if that'd be a negative or a positive, Zactaft. It would depend.
You did it. We're running on geothermal power now. We blew a circuit when it came on, but that was easily fixed. Did the Hawks prove difficult?
No.
They proved clumsy and stupid. I could have fought twice that number.
It's odd none of you are injured, given their accuracy. But I won't refuse good news. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to oversee the deployment of our sensors and weapons.
Like the giant mech just standing there.
Our defense systems, and we're on schedule to be done before nightfall.
Sir, the Republic frequencies are alive with chatter. They somehow knew we had a power surge just now, so I swept for bugs and I found this. an energy monitor.
Now you've got my undivided attention.
The key thing is, they saw our power readouts and were shocked into action. And that's not good. They won't attack here. They'll bomb the main geothermal reactor to black out the entire sector.
By all means, continue.
It sounds like they figure with us and a lot of pirates all on the same grid, one fatal blow is better than trying to take the reactor over.
They'll have to cut through the Ortolan workers there and the Whitemore pirates, but they're sending Zero Squad snowtroopers. If I were a gambler like the captain here, I'd bet on them.
No time to lose.
Zero Squad is the Republic's best. If you defeat them, just think of the humiliation.
Ding. Well, you see, Darth, the Republic doesn't actually have anyone better than total crap. So, they just like to call them the Republic's best, so nobody really realizes how terrible they are. It could also be that. It could be a 10% of 10% kind of a thing. This is an interesting problem to have. Does this have to slow my movement speed? Thank you, game. Stupid game. Well, no, the 501st were Vader's best. Let's be real about that. Hit. Peekaboo. Okay. Try that again. Yep, gotta kill the Imperial's best. Yeah, you know what's funny is I've heard a few individual good things about Kotfi, but I've never heard someone speak positively about Kotfi as a whole. That probably says something. This is your chance to speak positively about Kotfi if you want to be a contrarian in chat right now. Or if you actually, you know, think Kotfi was awesome, which is also cool. No, I do not. I'm not into new concepts for new concepts' sake. I've never have been. Ha ha ha. Guys, I'm gonna give a 10 Lore Walker coin bounty on Venters. This is the funny thing about TOR. So I mentioned that I find TOR, Sith Warrior, to be better than KOTOR 1, and I stand by that. But if I was to review all of TOR, there's a lot of things that drag this game down if we look at the whole thing. No, I just think there needs to be a reason for everything. Go. Out of character, obviously. Don't fall into the Star Trek flaw. Oh my god, it's so alien! But what's the point of it? Well, but it's different than us! Okay, but what's the point? I believe you, Zaktat. We'll probably see that someday. So since I have nothing to talk about right now, it's a good time to ask a question. Must there always be a point? Yes. Yes. Absolutely 100% yes. There must be a point. Otherwise, what's the point? Now, what that point is can be a little bit vague. Sometimes someone writes something just because they want to write something, right? I've actually known people who will literally write things and then burn them because they just needed to get something on the paper to vent for a bit, right? That's still a point. Now, I suppose I should clarify my statement, so let me amend what I said. There needs to be a good point behind everything you do when it comes to fiction. Why are the Chiss here? Well, there is a point to the Chiss being here. Fan service. But is that a good point? It gets a little trickier. Oh, I'm dead. Damn, they just murdered me, straight up. That's true, Retu. Now I'm gonna have to destroy everything. Ugh. Oh, well. Well, now I need to be healed. I agree, Ruth. In fact, as this is going to sound really horrible, but I hope several people can enjoy the story of TOR with us playing it for you guys. So you don't have to. Oh, I overshot. Oh, whatever, we have to kill these anyways. Correct, Takoda. Like, there is a parry mechanic, but it's just parry. It's the exact same defense mechanic it is in any other game, you know? Is there an up that I'm missing? Question mark. There it is. God. Let me rewind a second. Let's say you want to make something alien. And let's say you want it to be very alien. It needs to not be like Star Trek, damn it. Okay, that's fine. I would say that's already a flawed premise. Now, I want to explain why a little bit. One of the things that I've discovered personally when it comes to writing is there's a little bit of a tendency to push against something, either because it's the norm or because it's something you don't like or whatever. And so you end up doing something basically just because. And that, in my experience, tends to lead to bad outcomes with your writing. Let me use a slightly better example of that. Let's say that you are writing an event. You're mapping out a sequence of events, you're storyboarding it, and then you realize, wait, that's too normal. Everyone will see that coming. I need to add a twist. Don't do that. The moment you try to force it, the moment you're trying to fake it, I don't know how to properly explain this. In my experience, what's going to happen is substandard writing. And that's not just for me, obviously. I could point to many, many movies and games and books that have the exact same problem. Wait, we need to have a such and such. We need to make it not such and such. It needs to be this. And then worse. In fact, I can actually give you an exact example of this right off the top of my head. Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace.
All civilians need to evacuate the station. Step away from the console with your hands on your head. I said, step away from the console with your hands on your head.
Hey, stupid. I'm picking that.
I hear if you wave that blaster around enough, someone might fight back.
Intruders! I've got intruders in the shaft room!
Well, then let me bring up my point, Gum Gum. Why is it that you're trying so hard to make these things not a lot like humans? Because that sounds a lot like you're trying to make it just for the sake of it, aka the twist thing. And I have nothing against cliffhanger endings, Zactap, as long as they're good and followed up. Not gonna hurt you. You've got no call to hurt anyone here. The Republic, they're crusading. I don't know what's gotten into them. Yeah.
It's obvious I'm not here for your benefit. Why aren't you running?
The only thing my people have on this rock are mines and reactors. When they try to blow one up, I take it personally. Here's the deal. I'll activate the guns we've got set up and give those commandos a warm welcome. Then we run the reactor for you. You keep guards here, but when you leave the planet, we keep the station. Agree, that's a good deal.
You provide the expertise, and the Empire will provide protection.
You won't be disappointed. Our team takes a competitive wage with very cheap overtime.
Here they are! Get them!
We can, of course, work out the contract a little later. Hey, Zoan, I haven't seen you in forever. What's up, dude? A lot of people. Oh my god. That actually feels like that was bugged. And they double spawned. Hi, Theratos. What's up? Are you done here? We're done here. I'll go to warp out. Yeah, I got another one for you, Hazardous. Something prehensile, like an opposable thumb. Jesus, I'm sorry, Zawan. This just in. People are still scum. No, I meant about the dwarves, Gum Gum. Not Kyria. Or however you're supposed to pronounce it.
It's over. The reactor is secure, and the Empire now has a deal with the Ortolans.
I was hoping they'd stay on. The last time we took over a reactor, we had to translate all their labels into BASIC. I'll ask Command to send reinforcements there. Looks like we're going to be holding some ground after all.
Never mind, Gum Gum.
This planet should be about winning instead of stalemates.
Yes, who knows? Maybe others will follow in your footsteps. But let's not talk theory when the real world demands our attention. The captain of Thesh outpost on the glacier requires help. He's been wounded, and his outpost is battling a group of survivalist fanatics called the Hailstorm Brotherhood. You could make the difference.
I'll go at once.
Excellent. I'll send word.
Yeah, I never actually watched or heard of Redfall, to be completely honest, but death tends to suck. Good morning, Dalton James. So anyways, I said I was going to ask your guys' opinion. Could you do me a favor and go to the website real quick? Anybody who cares. You don't have to if you don't care. If you're just a random viewer, or if you're just roaming through, or you're just here to talk about Kyria. You don't have to go to the website. And if you, the website... Funny you mentioned that, Zactaft. When we have the new system in place, the website's technically already reorganized now. But, so obviously if you scroll down a bit, you'll see a link in the lower left. I don't remember what it's called. It's called Lore's List. So, if you'll notice, there's only one bit of text on Lore's List. Debating formatting. Thoughts? I could do a table. I could just do a text dump. I could use the bars, like we use for everything else, to make it visually interesting. What do you think works best for you guys? For Lore's List. Was it a list of, if I have to explain it, I've done my job wrong. But that's okay, because I always suck at my job. It's worth noting that table, text, and bars would all be searchable, which is important, obviously. The general idea is that, this is just, how do I phrase this? There's two types of customers, and this goes for me as well, and for you guys. There's types of customers who are already invested, and therefore they're the people who pay attention and will bother to do an extra click or go to an extra page or otherwise be invested, right? Then there's customers who are not any of that, who are just roaming in, or they're only going to subscribe for 1 month, or they're just doing one donation, or they're interested in something else. So this list is not for that second group. This is only for people who are already invested in the show. By very nature of actually giving a damn about the games that I want to stream, you are someone who is, you know, invested in the show, right? I bring that up because that does change how I organize and sort things. Because a lot of the design of the front page is designed for people who are not invested people who are just roaming through and like, aha, you know, kind of a deal. To be continued.
It's left. Everywhere I turn, the monster appears. Why do you torment me? I'm not part of your vendetta. What? A Sith? First Zerender abandons me. Now this?
Tell me what happened.
I'll tell you what happened. I was left to die. At least a Sith I can see and fight straight up. I won't be assassinated in the dark like these poor Tals. My master would tell me not to attack, but he's not here. Defend yourself, Sith!
That's how Jedi code works, right? As long as someone's not enforcing it, you don't even have to bother. Right? That's how that works?
Bah, go ahead and kill me. I didn't want to die at the hands of the beast anyway.
Why don't you explain to me what you're talking about?
The Tals warned my master about Brunmark. He's a savage Tal seeking revenge on Fitzellan and the others for ousting him. But did Zerender care? No. Now Brunmark's in here somewhere, murdering... Wait! Did you hear that? No. He's...
I hate Brunmark. I actively dislike Brunmark. I make fun of Quinn, but Brunmark is just awful. He is a poor man's Hanhar, to put it bluntly.
You've outdone yourself, but heed your limitations.
And you know what irritates me about companions like Brunmark? There is no option to not recruit them.
I have no quarrel with Fitzellan and the Tals.
Blah, 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 blah. I'm super evil.
I'm making no promises.
I'm super evil. Got it. Moving on. That is correct. The vault button was removed because the vault... I should probably just delete the vault page at this point. It serves no function right now. Not really. The vault's been de-utilized. Obsoleted. There we go. Obsoleted.
You're lucky you're not dead.
Blah, 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 blah. I'm evil. I'm evil. And I'm gone. Well, yes and no, Dalton James. Basically, the vault doesn't exist anymore. It's probably the simplest way for me to explain that. How to access the whole list, then? The whole list will be on the main page. So, several people have said, use the bars to show the funding level. Lore's list, by definition, will never be funded. Anything that is on Lore's list has 0 funding, interest, and anything towards it. That's the point of Lore's list. If it was already funded, it wouldn't be in Lore's list. It would be on the list. Sense make? Does my list have a priority level? Nope. My list is stuff I want to add to the list, stuff I would like to review someday. That's Lore's list. Hence why it could just be a text dump. Because if any funding was added, it would be immediately removed from Lore's list.
Please use all products only as intended. Be well.
I guess I should repair.
Do you require medical attention?
Bingo. Hazardous. Anything from Lore's list that is added to the list would be marked as something I'm interested in with the new visual thing we've got. Bingo, Darth Tyrant. You just said that. Or I just said that, excuse me. But you're absolutely right. That is exactly how that would work. Cord, I feel you. But honestly, screw that person. Really. You made the right choice by banning him.
Please return to the medical bay. You may further injure yourself by walking.
I heard you the first 5 times. Now be silent. I have an outpost to defend. So, you made it past the pass in the mountains. I'm surprised the Hailstorm Brotherhood let anyone through.
Anyone could have done it.
Survival itself is to be celebrated around here. We've been cut off from the other outposts by the Hailstorm Brotherhood. A cult of madmen in the White Moor Pirates. You see this wound? Dressed it with seasonings from the rations when we ran out of colto. In a few days, we'll be eating boot leather to survive.
Yes, ISD. You!
Take this indignity from a handful of pirates.
We're weaker from hunger than I'd like to say. They're starving us out, and it's working. One defeat will be our last. What about you? Could you face them?
Of course I can.
They'll never know what hit them.
Good. Bleed them white, so that any who find the bodies know the might of the Empire. Then, when you have the bodies piled... curse it, another stitch.
Sir, I did say you need to be on bed rest.
Very well. The Brotherhood like to use downed speeders as bait. They should be easy enough to find. Good hunting.
Well, that is part of the reason for differentiating it into the 3 categories. I love Vigilance Mount there. I can't keep up with it. Whatever, I need to do the Sith Warrior thing. But I'm not sure how I could implement a tabs thing. I mean, obviously, you could just pull up a different thing and do a different tab and blah, blah, blah. Honestly, that sounds like an extremely small army to me, Gumgum. But I guess that makes sense since Kyrie is not exactly a large nation. That is that list, Hazardous. That is absolutely correct. I mean, I'm listening for alternatives to Koida? Question mark? This is why I'm asking for your guys' opinion. Oh, hang on.
This Jedi off my hollow, Lanklin. Now.
I can't. Sarender's overridden all my controls.
As you can see, Barris, I control this planet. I've tapped your communications and can anticipate your every move. As Commander Lanklin knows firsthand, the TORs keep me one step ahead of even you.
Your oversized commandos are on the verge of extinction.
Ah, the lapdog returns. If your trainer knows what's good for him, he'll muzzle you. I'm not here for a reunion, Barris. The last time we met, you were left drained and weaponless.
This time you won't be so lucky.
My lord. I'm sorry,
Sorry, Lanklin.
You have failed me for the last time, Lanklin. Ensign Slint, you are now coordinator of my dealings on Hoth. Don't screw it up, Commander.
I will not disappoint you, my lord.
Apprentice, you better have good news for me.
The lost superweapon Zerander seeks is actually a Jedi Master named Violet.
Ah, Master Violet. Now I understand why Zerander would risk exposure. Before his capture during the war, Violet was among the Jedi's most powerful masters. The ship transporting him to me was destroyed in a fierce space battle in this system. I assumed he'd perished, but...
The ship must have crashed here on Hoth, and he's kept himself alive all this time.
So it would seem. For beings that commune deeply enough, the Force can be as sustaining as rations. During the war, Zerander was Master Violet's Padawan. We battled. Violet took my lightsaber and used it from then on. If Violet is on Hoth, so is my blade. I will concentrate to locate it. Yes, there. Coordinates sent, Commander. Now go, Apprentice. Find the lightsaber and the Jedi.
My lord, the area indicated is an uncharted quadrant where black marketeers are said to operate. What will you have me do while you're away?
Dispose of Lanklin's body, Commander.
The Emperor's speed to you, my lord.
And then Cord appears from the... He just pops in behind me like he's stealth stalking me or something. Yeah, so yeah, this guy... We're about to see probably, in my opinion, the best example of someone who is corrupted by the light side in TOR. There's several examples, and we've seen a few in the Sith Warrior run. But this guy... Whew. Whew, boy. Let me tell you. I think it would be faster if I do this, so I'm going to do that. And yes, that was an Empire Strikes Back reference. So Dakota asks, why are we changing things? That's actually an interesting question. There's a lot of answers to that. If you'll forgive me, I'd rather not answer all that. I mean, I can go into it if you really want me to. But the main point, along the short of the point, is we're not really changing things all that much. The only thing I'm doing is making it so you can see my list rather than not being able to, which I could always just not let you see it. I can just always leave it on my spreadsheet and then not put it on the website, and that's fine. We can do that. And trying to make it so that the amount of ridiculously long lists that are on the main page, and every page, are shorter. That's it. That's all we're changing visually for you guys. Yeah, I mean, why would you need a central army, Gum Gum? That's total nonsense! Why don't we ask the Republic how that worked out? Because the Vault is an outdated concept. I don't know how to explain this. The Vault's going away as an idea. Once we get the list down to the number we're having, there will be no Vault. The Vault was always going to get deleted. This is from Legend of Zelda 4 Swords. I can tell you right now. Now let me double check to see if that's true. Yep, I was right. 4 Swords. A very good game that I hope to stream someday. Might be irritating because it's a GameCube game, but whatever. We'll make it work. Halo Wars will be streamed. Why wouldn't it be, Zactaft? Yeah, the only reason the Vault ever existed was to try and remove main page clutter. That's its only and ever purpose. We've already had so many misunderstandings about the very nature of what the Vault is, despite having a disclaimer at the top of the page explaining what it is, that getting rid of it was always the goal. Never mind the whole reduce the size of the list ideal, which we're still working towards. Nope, I already got that one. I'm still debating the ratio. We could do 45-5 or 40-10. I'm really not sure. I'll probably ask some opinions on that one, too. Really? There we go. Please don't, Mr. Red. Just ask your awesome questions. Not the silly questions, the awesome ones, because I know you can do awesome questions. You know, that took me a second to realize what you were saying that in reference to, Kay. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's not like you can't use the Force without being affected by the Force. There are plenty of people who do that across the series. But I mean, the reason I compare that to Dragon Age is because it's like having a constant struggle. Every moment of every day trying to not give in to the Force. Right? And, I mean, for being honest, we don't even know how hard that pull is. We do know that the more you draw on the Force, the harder the pull is. We know that with total certainty. That's been true ever since the movies. You know, the more you go into the dark side, the more the dark side goes into you, right? And the same goes with the light side and the expanded EU works. Yeah, exactly, Darth Tyrant. It's of all of the crap of the Force, that is definitely a truth. All the way back to the beginning. And by the beginning, I mean Empire Strikes Back, because that didn't come in until then. But let's be honest, most of Star Wars didn't come into Star Wars until Empire Strikes Back. I mean, that makes perfect sense, doesn't it, Console Hawk? If the dark side is... I know I've made this jump. Let me see if I can find the spot. I've made this jump. Is this the right one? I think this is, actually. Yep. There we go. Gotta be nice and cautious. There. Okay. Now we pause. Now we heal. Wow, I'm being knocked down by my own healing beam here. That's funny. And then we're going to go over here. Get angry about it. Okay, what I'm asking is, do we visually present it as bars, or a sheet, or a text dump, or whatever? How do we visually present it? Or if is also a valid question. We could also just, like I said, not put it there. Thank you very much, Questy. Appreciate and oblige the sub as always. Thank you. I'll put that out towards Trails in the Sky, too. So, does giving into the Force make you a bad person? Yeah, that's an interesting question. I would say yes, but that's because I'm not into that sort of thing. No thank you, you know? It is worth noting, and I've said this a few thousand times, so please forgive me, the Force isn't really good or bad, it's just natural. And natural doesn't give a crap about you. Or good, or morality, or society, or decency, or honor, or anything that you might care about. The vines overgrowing your wall do not give a crap about whether or not they make it look prettier or worse, right? There's a lot of guys in here. We're probably going to have to kill on the way out. Oh my god, enough with the talls.
Nice price for something we thawed out from the ice. The lightsaber is yours. Glad we could do business together, Talls.
Whatever they're paying, I'll double it.
Another interested party. I smell a bidding war. We're open to offers.
The Sith do not negotiate, the Sith kill!
Triple, huh? Deal. Men, power up your blasters.
I came in literally offering to pay you money and you decided to die. I want you to be aware of that. You decided to die today. Those are terrifying bits, the one. I just want you to know that. Oh my god. Must have revenge because I'm evil.
If your targets are in my way, I'm going to kill them.
Go away.
If you know what's good for you, stay out of my way.
And don't join my party. Go away, go away, go away. I mentioned that a while ago, Darth Tyron, yeah, but... Yeah, no, Barriss... Barriss has the advantage of time and... reflection, is how I want to go that. He spends... Actually, yeah. He spends a decent amount of his time thinking about how he's going to proceed and planning and scheming and blah 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 blah. It's also worth noting that Barriss does have a specific end goal in mind. Which is probably as ambitious as he could be, so...
I found the Hailstorm Brotherhood you spoke of. The pass is clear.
Is that so? Glad to hear their bodies are finally getting colder. Those maniacs have laughed at us for far too long. But here's something they don't know. We found out where they hide. The Hailstorm Brotherhood make camp in an open-air fortress cut out of the ice, not far from here. I guess caves were too easy. They obey what their beloved Master Sav tells them to. He's their legend, a man who can survive anywhere. Kill the head of their little personality cult, and the body will fall apart.
He's got Master in his name. Is he on the Jedi Council, or is it just a nickname?
We assume he doesn't use the Force, or else he wouldn't be able to teach his skills to so many. He's tapped into something in the human body, which makes him and his followers plenty dangerous. If you go into that ice fortress, don't give him any chances.
Criminals, no matter how hardy, will not defy our empire.
Good. Once he and his followers are scattered, we'll be able to get what we need shipped here from Dawn Base. Until then, we'll hold out. There's no way this filth will win through attrition. When you kill him, you let him know what a mistake he made leaving me alive.
Warrior monks. Great. Just what I wanted in my life. So what makes Discount Hanhar a bad character? Well, the same thing that makes most Discount characters a bad character at the start of it. Yeah, it's bullet point syndrome. Okay, so he's evil and he's obsessed with revenge and the hunt. He's kind of crazy and he's super dark side. Go. And that's Brunmark. That's all of his character. You know what his companion quest is? Getting revenge. A one-note character can work. I've seen it work. Brunmark does not. What would I have him do? Literally anything else. Literally anything else. generally speaking, yeah. So, Bonzer Sword says President Shinra is a good example of a one-note character. I'm not sure I 100% agree with that, but it is still a good example of that because President Shinra mostly works because he is put against other characters who are more than one-dimensional. Again, proving Ruth's point there. Listen, Zion Druid. I can't stand that you just said that to me, and I'll seek my revenge no matter the cost. And one of two things will happen. Either I'll find the revenge and it was hollow, it wasn't worth it, or I'll be perfectly satisfied, and I'll move on with my life. Because that's how all revenge stories end, one of those two things. Oh, actually, that's not true. The third way the revenge story to end is, I fail and die in pursuing my revenge. Tragedy. There you go, there's the 3 revenge stories. I just told you all of them. I'm sorry. Revenge can be a decent start of a story, but I've always found it a little bit too not interesting. Put those nicely as I can. I would also say revenge is probably a little bit overused, and by a little bit I mean massively. What's funny is I know a lot of people who would completely disagree with me on this, because revenge is so relatable and understandable. And everyone wants revenge, right? Except me. So, you know. Therefore, we do a revenge story, everyone will understand it, everyone will like it. And when everyone likes it, no one does. That's right, revenge-flavored dead puppies. Nom nom. Sorry.
It seems you have some skill, stranger. You are not the effete little warriors they usually send our way. I suppose you were also the one who slew so many in the White Ridge Hills.
Yeah.
Your men are dead, buried in the snow. I am here.
I had expected more hatred from a foe we have beaten and starved. But perhaps you are not from the outpost, are you? No. Them I know. You are something different. You do as I do. You compete to out-compete. For you, I have a challenge.
You're a dude in a shirt. I'm pretty sure I could kill you. Without a lightsaber.
What sort of challenge?
I speak of the crypt, where only the truly strong dare fight. Its fog will soak you through in seconds and steal all warmth from your body. It is then we discover who we truly are.
When we're frozen
Join
to
me in
death?
battle. My lieutenants will fight your companions, and all will know that those who fell, fell nobly.
Alright, whatever.
Then we will meet in this crypt.
Yes, and there you will meet Oblivion.
Probably not true. Inigo Montoya is actually a great example of a revenge character done properly. IMO. Because Inigo Montoya had revenge as the motivator, the catalyst. But revenge was not his character. Right? In fact, I would argue that revenge for him was more satisfying because of the build-up of everything else up to the moment when he finally met the Six-Fingered Man. I don't want to analyze. Actually, I totally want to analyze that, but let's not talk about that right now. Yep, we're gonna freeze in an ice planet. Whee! Of course, Dark Tyrant. It's always pretty obvious too. Anyways, you're a shirtless guy and I have a lightsaber. And my friends are my power. Like, this was a foregone conclusion from day one.
Master Sav. Master Sav. You've killed him.
Yep.
Who are you?
I am Seeker Kabath. I serve Master Sav, or did. You have done what no one could do. Master Sav believed nothing could kill him. We walked in his footsteps, testing the limits of the body. But it's clear from your ordeal in the crypt that you surpassed him.
Uh-huh. Literally, that option is, uh-huh.
There better be a point to this.
With the proper technique, you might resist the elements as we do. I would be honored for you to learn from me.
Sure, whatever. It's power, right? I'll take all power.
If you feel you can teach me. Sit with me then.
Unless it's from a xenomorph.
And breathe. Each of us has a fire burning within our body. If tended to, it can blaze hot enough to protect us.
Yeah, it's called friction. Heart pumps, movement.
I see the signs in you. With practice, the cold will hold no danger to you. Now I will gather the rest of the Brotherhood and leave this planet. If you see a Hailstorm brother from this moment on, they are not loyal to me. Deal with them as you see fit.
Sure. You know, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that there's crazies on Hoth. I mean, who would want to live here? Damn it, Nymph. No! That side lay into forbidden thoughts. Why is Hoth so cold? Well, once upon a time...
Master Sav is dead and his successor is leaving for another planet. I trust this will help.
You are a drink of water to a dying man. Yes. Yes, it will help us greatly. I'm contacting Dawn Base. They should be able to bring us supplies if the Brotherhood is truly leaving the mountain passes. But Master Sav was just one of many. Soon we'll go after the big game. Boss Undro, Ellis Tarn, and the other Whitemore kingpins.
How do I get in on this?
Admiral Holtz is going to order an attack on key Whitemore members, but I don't know when or how. Fixer 308 at Xeric Outpost would have the details. The outpost's in the ship graveyard, prime Whitemore turf. If anyone's come up with a way to hammer the pirates right off this rock, the Fixer would know. Give her a try.
Ding. Yes, Mr. Red. Aw. One of these days I will see those go off. No, there's the one. You have to say, hey, Crossbone! Yep.
Displaying all authorized destinations.
Oh my gosh. Words. So I have another question for you guys while we've got a little bit of downtime here. What do you think the ratio should be? Hazardous already posited that it should be 35-15. Any other thoughts? Like any other suggestions? If you don't know what I'm talking about, I can explain, but I imagine if I'm even mentioning this, you probably know what I'm talking about. Camera angle. Here's the ground. I mean, I've played bad RTS games before, or Zactaft, so who knows? I would say the Republic is neutral evil, while we're on the subject.
In conclusion, Admiral, this seems like the most opportune window we'll get. All I need is the go-ahead.
At least with my approval. Fixer, you may brief the volunteers and commence with the mission. Over and out.
Ah, the operatives. I'm Fixer 308. We've been tracking you since we heard about your success with the tolls.
What do you have for me?
We've been hitting the White Maw hard lately. Enough so that they've called a meeting of their gangs. The loss of the power station was a bigger blow than we thought. Every one of their gangs will be represented. We intend to get you into that meeting and have you capture or kill everyone present. The hard part is getting there.
Let me guess. They're going to be surrounded by guards.
Private armies, practically. And the meeting location is secret, so you'll have to take drastic measures. The shuttles of the leader's trusted captains will have the meeting's coordinates programmed into their navicomputers. What you'll need to do is find a lieutenant with a shuttle, kill him, and get his access card to steal his ship. Once you get access to the shuttle, fly it to their hideout, track down the gang leaders, and take them out. Can you do that?
All things are possible through the Force.
Good. Here's a dossier on the leaders you'll be terminating. Our psych profiles indicate that given the opportunity, some of them may surrender. It's up to you. Lastly, if you find an opportunity to search their files, take it. There's no telling what secrets these malcontents have hidden away.
I mean, let me ask you a question, Gum Gum. You ever seen any of the MCU stuff? Hey, okay. I guess this is the closest spot. Alright, whatever. The MCU. It's a series of movies that you've probably never heard of. But have you seen them? I am actually going somewhere with this. I'm also with Darth Tyron. I don't want to generalize too much, but the Republic are neutral evil. And the Sith are evil. Evil. And chaotic good. There's actually a decent number of chaotic good and lawful good people in the Sith Empire. It's funny. Ah, okay. Do you know what the helicarrier is, Gum Gum? Or a helicarrier, because there's actually like 5. Starting to see some of the salvage here, consequently. Okay, so now, do you think Iron Man's suit costs more than a helicarrier? I'm going to cut you off there. The answer's no. And that's why I raised my eyebrow at you. You're saying this super armor is so expensive, it's more expensive than something else that's also basically a super armor, just larger. I mean, the idea of a small thing being extremely expensive is not exactly a new concept, but you do have to consider reality when doing that. So, I roll to disbelieve. The Empire, Mr. Red. The Republic, at least, will rot everything slowly from within and completely ruin everyone's lives forever, leaving everyone in a state of perpetual misery and poverty. The Empire will enslave and kill. Oh yeah, the Republic will also give rise to the Empire. While we're on the subject. But I was ignoring that. I was assuming, like, you know, ideal circumstance. There it is. There it is. I believe everything you say, Zoan. Without question. Good morning, Seraphim. I'm glad you liked my comments. I mean, I liked that film right up until a certain point. Although I don't remember if I said that in the rumination, but whatever. Yeah, no, I'm gonna stick with that sounds stupid, Zakta. Sorry. I mean, I can believe it under certain very, very specific circumstances, but, even with, to continue the MCU parallel, the Iron Man suit. The Iron Man suit is only more expensive than a carrier, because if you count development and research time for the first suit. After that, or the actual cost of making it? Nope. No, Maze, or at least I have no memory of it. Scooch these pillows up over here. Gonna shove them to the side. Ah, there we go. Throw the blanket over. We're good. So, that's an interesting question, Mr. Ed. I'm gonna go ahead and say something that I swear is not a commentary on real-life politics. But I think a galactic government is a bad idea in Star Wars. Legit. I mean, you could argue this has something to do with real-life politics, but it doesn't. Because what we're talking about is a galaxy. Galaxies are big. I know Star Wars likes to pretend it's not big. But it is. Filled with multiple planets and multiple systems, a lot of which are inhabited or inhabitable. There are sextillions of people in Star Wars. I mean, conquering the galaxy sounds fine and all, but frickin' really? Like, okay, picture a government that runs all of the world, Earth, okay? Now picture every other planet in the system is also inhabited and has about as many people, and also the same government runs all of those. Now multiply that by 100,000. Like, I'm sorry for jumping through that. I probably should have taken that a few more steps, but my point is that it's the scale of it. And I'm not even making fun of the scale at this point, because the whole point is that it is infeasible. This was actually a plot point in the EU, was that the Republic was doomed to failure. Was that there was no possible way it could ever have succeeded. There's a reason why, even in the prequel movies, the Republic Senate is portrayed as a mess that can't get anything done, a morass of thousands of screaming people who yell at each other. One of the best shots in Episode 1, my opinion, is the first shot we get into the Senate chambers. And I know you're thinking, oh, that's dumb, it's stupid, and you're an idiot. And that's your opinion, you can have that. But what it showed more than anything else was exactly how screwed that government was. When you see this room, this amphitheater, that is inhumanly big, with thousands upon thousands of people, each of whom represent a major nation and or planet and or system across the Republic, that's when you start to see how untenable the Republic really was. It was a brilliant visual presentation of that problem. So does that answer your question, Mr. Red? Yeah, it's like generalized. I mean, again, I agree, Dark Tyrant. One of the things I liked about the EU was that the New Republic was a failure. Oh, it did okay. It existed. But there's a reason why virtually every story in the New Republic era had to do with the New Republic failing at its job. Including the Thrawn trilogy, which was basically the first New Republic story. The Galactic Alliance. Not gonna argue that. You're totally with that. Oh, by the way, I don't know why helping them on the machine is considered dark side. Sorry, I didn't have an answer for that von Falkenstein. Hell, even the Thrawn duology, my personal favorite books from the EU, one of the major points was how ridiculously easy it was for the New Republic to start tearing itself apart over a minor issue that happened like 40 years ago. I shouldn't call that a minor issue. That sounds dismissive. But my point is, nobody cared, right? Nobody actually cared about the... I forgot their names. Nobody actually cared about the massacre. It was just an excuse. And everyone was using it. I don't know why I decided to attack this guy. Everyone was using it as an excuse to air whatever grievance they had, or whatever irritation they had, or whatever frustration, or whatever vendetta. Grudge. There we go. Whatever grudge they had. No, not the Nogri. Oh, gotcha. Hell's bells. It's one of the reasons why once they actually pulled out the fact that, you know, it was all a manipulation, people started backing off. Yes, of course it is, Zarkov. Because everyone was so sheepish about, oh, we've been manipulated. Well, sorry about that. Which you're probably thinking, well, what does that have to do with anything? Well, it again proves that they didn't actually give a damn about the actual massacre. It was just an excuse. Anyway, sorry, I'm going way off on a tangent here. I apologize. The point is, even ignoring my own personal opinion on the matter, which I form simply through base logic, the fact of the matter is that Star Wars has proven time and time again that galactic governments do not work. They rise, they fall, they rise, they fall, they rise, they fall. It's probably one of the biggest reasons why we have this thing going in Star Wars history, is because it really does just rise and fall constantly. There's also the Force and the Jedi and all that stuff that's related to it. But point remaining.
We've heard enough alarms. The time has come to move our base of operations to Lorimar.
Why go to Lorimar when nothing can reach us here? The guards will handle whatever intruder's at the door.
I wonder if you'll be so confident in another minute.
Skoribo foremita dosium. Moflaska kikafi mamogur tu flator.
I don't know who you think you are, but you made a bad mistake opening this door.
Esa silgo terbena ser zet lakata.
Did you seriously just demand 1,000,000 credits out of me?
I owe you nothing but a swift death.
Nengamomichu.
No, Arcana Plagues. Ironically, I usually don't have time to watch other people's YouTube videos. Go figure. Idiots.
I was successful. I met stiff opposition, but I softened it up.
I was dreading being the intel officer famous for getting all of you killed. So the White Maw finally falls. I wonder, was this the nerve center of their operation, or are their valuables hidden elsewhere?
I found a place called Lorimar in their databanks. It's likely their stash is there.
Lorimar. I wonder if that has to do with the inventor, Lorimar. He was quite a droid maker before he vanished a decade or so back. We should probably send a salvage team to investigate. But seeing as you trusted me with this information, I think I'll mark the area as unsecured until you're finished with it. That way the reclamation service doesn't get first crack.
Politics.
I'll head there immediately.
Thank you. I doubt I could have trusted someone else to bring this operation to a close.
And by the way, Von Falkenstein, if you missed it, Darth Tyrant says, you can just help Mother out and see what happens. Where are we? Where are we? Is that us? No. Where the hell are we? I asked the chat for $23 million, Hazardous. Thank you very much. Now give it to me or I'll kill you all! Stab, 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 stab. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. So Tesvir actually asked a good question. What do you think is the feasible largest government unit that could be in Star Wars? And I would say it's what I usually call regions. Now, regions are pretty vague. So, planets, systems, sectors, regions, and then we have... Wait, no, it's actually not regions in Star Wars, is it? Shoot, what's the step above sector but below region? I know in the Galactic Empire era they called them over-sectors, but that's actually unrelated. Is it clusters? No, like the Outer Rim is a region, for example. And that's why I'm screwing it up. It's the step below that. Like the Inner Rim, the Core Worlds, those are all regions. And they're gargantuan, and that's not... The step below that is my answer, basically, to go and answer. Where the heck are... Oh, that's why I can't see myself on the map. Duh. So, we'll go with cluster. Cluster is a good answer. So I would say a cluster is probably the largest that it could feasibly be, and at that point, it would still probably have to be federated to some extent or another. Alright, so... Nope, I was right. I was right. Okay. So there's the Super Duper Dreadnought. Now, this is actually funny. You'll notice this is as far out as I can zoom the map, but actually, I could go to the Republic side of Hoth if I wanted, because it's mirror flipped. See, you see that giant Mega Dreadnought? On the other side of it is the Republic zone. And that bisects the map for Empire to Republic. Oh yeah, that's the Star of Coruscant, I think? It's this mega giant ship that they just kind of threw into the lore and haven't really done anything with ever. Other than the fact that its corpse is right there and several quests go in there. Up. Maybe? Question mark? Is this traversable? I mean, I can't even say it looks cool. It's literally... so there's not much of a visual design of it, because all we see of it is the crash thing. So it looks like a giant 4x4 or whatever. Like, it's not a wedge-shaped, it's not a... It doesn't have any shape at all. It's just this long beam of ship. It's pretty big. We'll go in it later. I'll show it off more then. So anyways, am I the only one kind of bored by Hoth's planetary story so far? Real question. Feel free to give me your honest opinion and disagree with me, as always. The command ship, whatever it is, Baron. Regardless of all other variables, wherever the commands are coming from, that's the most important ship in a flip space battle. Really, Shadow Machine? Interesting. Oh, I've got a topic. How do we do the split? But nobody actually answered me on that, so... Yeah, we got here and it's like, oh god, we're having issues with the Talls. Okay. And we need to decide who's actually going to be the new successor to the Imperial base. Okay, cool. Then we had to deal with some other guys, and then pirates, and now we're actually still dealing with pirates. In a bit, we'll be going into the Star of Coruscant. Of course we will. I think they actually renamed the ship to the Star of Coruscant from Waste of Taxpayers' Dollars, because for some reason the former name wasn't all that popular. Yeah, I think I'm actually agreeing, Cord. Even Quesh was actually more engaging than this. Freaking Quesh. That's sad. So I'm just gonna get very angry here. Wait, that's the wrong button! No! Oh, and I'm in combat. God dang it. Whatever. Gotta get angry again. Gotta get angry quickly this time. No giant beam of death this time. Yep, and we're out. Yep, that's why. If you want my honest opinion, Gum Gum, based on what you've told me of Kyria, which I know I'm pronouncing it wrong. I forget how you pronounce it. I would say, damn you, shirtless guy. I would say that they could probably come up with some super soldiers that are very flawed and probably literally doomed. I know I say that a lot, but what I mean by that is, like, I'm thinking, you know, I'm a super soldier with a life expectancy of 15 more years, you know, that kind of a thing. And, yeah, other related issues.
I am Heavy Resource Recovery Machine 5. I will not allow you to open the cases. Do you understand?
5.
Looks like it's your turn to die now.
Neutralization mode engaged.
Dancing robots, woo! There you go. That's the best part of Hearth, right there. You're welcome. I think there's actually not a follow-up to that, so yeah, let's just walk out. The split, Hazardous, is, you've already answered. You're actually the only person who's answered me so far. The split between how many of the upcoming run slots you guys get and how many slots I get. With dealer's choice. And I would like your guys' opinion, if for anybody who actually cares enough to answer. Like, Cord says it should be 30-20. Hazardous said it should be 35-15. I was originally thinking 45-5. 5 being mine, obviously. And yeah, like I said, Hazardous says 35-15. So I remembered. I may be tired and have a bit of a headache, but I remembered. I should drink more. Ruth says 50-50. That's crazy talk right there. Guys, I think she's lost her marbles. Oh, I found him. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Von Falkenstein, then I have failed at my job. Pillars of Snow also thinks 5. Shadow Machine's cool with 35-15. Loner says 40-10. Almost all of you are getting different answers here. How long was your playthrough of Maneater, Dalton James? Real question, because I can actually use that data. Basically, yes, Mr. Red. Exactamundo, sir. Actually, I need to go this way, don't I? We'll say 20 then. Just jot that down really quick. Can I go through here? I think I can. Of course, I'll get slowed as I'm going. You know, my least favorite thing about getting slowed is that I can't make the jumps I normally can, too. So I have to go a different route, which makes me more exposed, which makes me get slowed more. It's like a seesaw effect. Or a snowball effect. Hey. God, I am just terrible with my jokes today. I apologize. Uh-oh. That looks like I can't get through. Oh, no, I'm wrong. We're good, we're good. So, Ruth says, why wouldn't we do 50-50? My first and most obvious answer to that is no one else has suggested it. Everyone else is suggesting I have a much smaller portion. Including me. Now, granted, I don't give a damn about myself, so that's biased. Oh, yeah, here's the Star of Coruscant. Sorry, I told you I'd show it off. Here it is. Here, check it out. I'll even pull up the Codex entry. The greatest prize in Hoth's starship graveyard is a behemoth of a vessel called the Star of Coruscant. At the time of the crash, this super dreadnought was the most advanced ship in the Republic fleet, a project years in the making, shepherded along by Colonel Omas. Its experimental weapons and breakthrough technology could have turned the war's tide had the Empire not devoted every resource to trapping and destroying it. Not even the long fall from orbit to Hoth's hard-packed ice plains could shatter the Star of Coruscant's hull. The ship remains intact. The White Maw pirates have spent considerable effort reactivating its internal power systems and shields. Indeed, the ship is basically a fortress on the planet's surface. Now that makes sense. Ship crash, mostly intact. Planetary fortress with it. I mean, we kind of saw that with the Venator over in Fallen Order. Kinda. And that was a Venator. Of course, this is TOR, and everything has to be bigger and better. Super weapons galore. Thousands of Force Ghosts. Billions of deaths from, stuff. 2 empires! Actually, 3 if you want to get down to it, but let's not get into that. I don't think getting the Star of Coruscant into the air is even possible, Sectaft. I can't be wrong. That might be a little optimistic. Let's be honest, the Lysankia probably shouldn't have been able to get back into orbit. Have I mentioned lately that I hate Tal's helmets?
I'm here for the Jedi, not you.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Go away, Brune Mark. I don't want you in my party.
It's my kill. I never shy away from a fight.
My lord, by binding the Talls to you, his brutal murdering can be controlled.
Oh my god, fine. I can control his brutal murdering too.
Peddle your services elsewhere, freak.
Well, Brune Mark was certainly useful there in that fight. Okay, now that he's dead and not joining my party. That. Oh, for God's sakes.
You will do as I say or be destroyed.
We are stronger with you along, Brunmark. Welcome.
Can we... See, as I mentioned, there's no choice about companions. They've literally forced companions into your group. And I can name several that I would rather never join my group. In fact, I can name 2 right off the top of my head. Brune Mark and Brag. Skag! That's his name, Skag. Sorry, I had to think about that for a second. You probably knew who I was talking about before I even figured out how to say it. Fucking Skag. Or is it Skadge? I don't know. Let's just call him Jackass. It's fine, von Falkenstein. I mean, it's not like this ship landed on purpose. Actually, it's one of the reasons I liked how, back in the EU, which has been completely thrown out the window in the AU, only certain very specific capital ships could go into atmosphere. Like, that was part of their thing, was that you could take those ships into atmosphere. Alright, what are we in combat with? He's yeah, I didn't want Scourge on my team. I didn't want Skadge on my team. I don't remember who else. Let's think about it. Yeah, only the Mark 1 VSD could go into Atmo, for example. And some of the dinkier Corvette classes. You know, mini capital ships. That is true, Hazardous. Yeah, Scorpio is amusing enough, but should probably have never joined our team or been allowed to. I'm very curious what they do with Scorpio and Coffee. Because I know she comes back. Well, Hazardous makes a legit and valid point for 50-50. What do you guys think? Who are not Hazardous. Or Ruth. Ruth already gave her reasoning, too. So. Tano Vic? I don't even remember who that is. Nah, don't spoil me. I do think, based on this, I think it's cool putting it on the list. No pun intended. Ah, yes. This will be fun. This part.
My eyes are still adjusting. But I have no trouble recognizing you, brave Zerander. The sight warms me.
Master Violet, your ordeal has ended. I only wish I'd heard you reaching out to me sooner.
Do not denigrate yourself. It took great concentration to summon you. All these many years, entombed in this rubble. I have fed off the Force, and have great insights to impart.
To be clear, this guy has literally been eating the Force and drinking it. He's basically in an advanced form of magical stasis at this point.
This should be good. I can't wait to hear it.
What's this? I sense a presence. Barris.
Indeed. This is Darth Barris's apprentice, come to stop me from returning you to your command. Conserve your strength, Master. My men and I will dispatch this interloper.
It's probably also worth noting, it's subtle, but the guy over there, the Master, who is drunk on the light side, like I said, this guy is full tilt, light side corrupted. He actually has some visible corruption on his face, too.
I seek a peaceful solution.
So you realize how drastically outnumbered you are.
That's not what I said.
I see you've managed to tame that sadistic Tulls. It won't help you. To arms, men! Protect Master Violet at all costs!
Okay. Yeah, by the way, get out of my party. I don't know why you're in my party.
At your service, Master.
So.
Stop, Sith. Had my strength returned before this moment, I would have kept Zerander from engaging you. Now he is down, and your fight has made this chamber unstable. It is nearing an inevitable collapse. You've proven your superiority. Let me bargain for Zerander's life.
Okay.
Talk, but make it fast.
This fight was unnecessary. I have no intention of returning to fight for the Republic. Zerander's young and driven, yet he has only begun to grasp the ways of the Force. In truth, I was the same until being buried on Hoth. Here I communed with the Force, to the exclusion of all else.
I find that somewhat intriguing.
It has been a great privilege, and quite mind-expanding. The Force is with me, greater than ever now. I suspect that I could defeat you quite handily, but I'm no longer concerned with the tidings of this galaxy, or these times. I only seek to continue my transcendence.
Ladies and gentlemen, light side corruption. This is like the most blatant example of it we ever have. Ever.
If that's true, why did you summon Zerander here?
I wanted to share my revelations, and bring him to the same understanding. This excavation site is nearing collapse. Should we battle, we would both be crushed. Allow Zerander and me to be buried here for eternity. Your objective will be met. Our lives will be richer, finding oneness with the Force.
I like the sound of that.
Then save yourself and leave this place before the ceiling crashes down. I will protect Zerander and prepare myself for the collapse. You have my gratitude, Sith. A precise lightsaber sweep as you exit will cause the cave-in.
Yep. Zerander gets to spend the rest of his life becoming one with the Force and meditating forever. Or until they finally run out of ability to sustain themselves. We've talked about fates worse than death. I think that qualifies. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. Maybe I'm the weirdo. I mean, see, that's the thing. Leaving him to be a frickin' druid. Sure. And you know what? I don't even mean to insult druids. Forgive me. Leaving him there to suffer that, sure, whatever. What bothers me a bit is we have no choice to even offer Zerander a choice. Zerander never gets a choice. We try to talk to him, he attacks us, we knock him out, and he's going to wake up, and his entire life is going to be meditating on the Force and slowly giving in to that particular brand of insanity. Congratulations. I like to think that Zerander tries to break his way out of it. So like, no, get me out of here!
I went to the pirates' hideout. I found this neural chipset for a battle droid. I think Lorimar designed it.
Well, the stamp seems consistent with his work. Wait, it's brilliant. He's solved the traditional limitations of a chipset brain. Hold on a moment, I need to make a call. Admiral, we've recovered a battle droid neural chipset from the White Moor. It's the advancement we've been waiting for.
From the White Moor? What are they doing with tech like that?
They had it hidden in the last known location of the inventor, Lorimar.
Lorimar? That would make sense. His robotics always were top-notch.
It's a quad-photonic neural chipset, Admiral. If you put this in a battle droid, it'll think on its feet better than most humans. It could change the course of the war.
Yeah, that's what the Sith need. Battle droids.
For someone who's dropped off the map, Lorimar's work still seems cutting edge.
Completely. We'll get this to the space station at once.
I'll alert the reclamation service to the Lorimar area. There's no telling what else might be there. As for you, I think a well-earned vacation. Somewhere warm.
How about Belsavis? Wait. No! So I gotta share what Cord said in chat. So, the Jedi Master, imagine eating a cupcake, but the cupcake isn't there. And meanwhile, Zerander's like, get me out of this place, no! Bang, bang, bang. so we're gonna chop that off, and then we're gonna do. Let's see. We're gonna. Alright. So I'm going to chop off a plus to story, which brings us up to 20 total. The additional is for basically filling out an aggregate we've been building for a while now, which was filled out by the visual design of Hoth, which I do think looks very pretty, and the whole Wylat thing we just went through. That was just wonderfully horrifying. I'm debating an aggregate negative or a full negative for Hoth, because that is easily the worst planetary primary we've been through so far. My goodness. What do you guys think? Full negative or partial negative? Because that was just boring. Like, through and through. And while you debate that...
You wanted to talk?
I did it! Maybe you didn't think I could, but I did. A Kubas tracker named Krata found my sister Tiva. Found where she worked, even the name of her boss. She's on Nar Shaddaa. Can you believe that? Krata wouldn't tell me anymore until I paid him, but he found her.
No time like the present.
You are the best. We need to meet Krata the Kubas in a cantina on Nar Shaddaa. I'll settle the bill with him, get the specifics, and then see my sister.
Yes, it's always a weird thing to debate whether something's a partial or a full negative when it comes to level design. Like, imagine, I know this is always the weirdest way to put this, but imagine I'm playing Mega Man. And imagine that there's Mega Man stages which is bad. Does that deserve a full negative or a partial negative, you know?
You have something to tell me?
Yes, Master. I have good news. I've located the Sith I sent who are secretly opposing the Empire. It's unmistakable. They're clearly turning away from the dark side. I hope you'll allow me to reach out and befriend them.
Often come here when I'm off duty. First time I've heard anything interesting. Don't pretend to understand Sith business. But you're not allying with traitorous Sith, are you?
My apprentice has a delightful sense of humor. By befriend, she means behead.
Yes, that's right. Sith who dare betray the dark side will be hunted down and destroyed. The Lieutenant's insinuation is an insult. He'd better take care not to repeat the offense.
Noted. Won't happen again.
Sorry, Master. I was just so excited about my discoveries I forgot myself. I hope he bought it.
The situation is under control. He is none the wiser.
I hope you're right. I'll be doubly careful from now on. With your permission, I'll head out to find the light-leaning Sith I'm sensing. It will be so invigorating to unite others like us. We can begin to build a movement.
Go.
These Sith will be wary, but I have no doubt your enthusiasm will win them over.
Thank you for your belief in me.
Man, I can't wait to meet these light-sided Sith. Light-sided Sith. It's gonna be great to meet them, and fade to black.
Master, I'm barely holding it together. My mission, to unite with the light-leaning Sith, it was awful. They didn't trust me. They thought I was trying to trick them. The confusion I read in them, the fear, I still feel it. What's worse, most of them fled, but a few, they attacked me, and I had to... They forced my hand, Master.
That is truly awful news. I understand your despair, Jacer, but this is not your fault. You tried. No matter what the outcome, you did the right thing.
It means so much to me that you're here. I hope your support helps drive the pain away. This has been a difficult lesson. Thank you for your guidance and wisdom, Master.
Okay, first of all, please stop calling me Master. Second of all, it would have been nice to see that game. God damn it. Pierce! The hell have you been up to? You don't get this song.
Every friend I come to brag about this post has already heard of you. Never served under a Sith Lord before. Not sure how promotion works. Heard a few tales, though.
How do you think things are done on Korriban?
Seems like there's one way to make it, and 100 ways to screw up. Might have been easy to get this far. Might have been a war. Either way, good story.
I've killed rivals every step of the way.
Good move. Might betray you, frame you, even kill you. Not so different from the military. Cross the wrong people, and they assign you to some graveyard swamp like Taris. That post was a dead end. Got out by threatening to blab about Moff Herden's Rhodian mistress.
I'm surprised Moff Herden put himself in that position.
His fault. Too soft to kill me when he realized. Don't worry. Dead men don't get promoted.
No, I agree. Like, Jace's arc is actually kind of intriguing in its style and design. Except for the fact we never frickin' see it. Anyways.
Apprentice, you are looking at a very pleased man. Admiral Monk destroyed. The War Trust, no more. Now, with Jedi Zerinder and Master Wyatt neutralized, all of the Republic's most vaunted leaders are no more. Plan Zero is complete.
Where does it leave us, Master?
There is more to discuss. Much of it of a sensitive nature which I do not wish to convey via holo. Return to my chambers here on Drummond Cross immediately.
We're actually going to do... ding. We're going to do... Vet's thing first. God, yeah, I've kind of decided this is Barris's theme here. But now we're on Nar Shaddaa. There's only one song that works for this place. And apparently I don't have it in this playlist. That's hysterical. Hang on. Welcome to Nar Shaddaa. Vet would be full... Well, okay. Are we calling it light dark or good evil, Falvatrix? Because that changes my answer substantially. I don't know. Light dark side. Okay. So Vet would be pretty dark side. Jace would be... I could see Jace as being fairly dark side.
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
Kind of halfway down the bar. Pierce would be mostly light side. Quinn would be very light side. Like full tilt. What am I missing? Broommark is full dark side. Like, that actually does suit him quite well. What am I missing? I don't know, Gum Gum. It sounds like there's no wrong answer there. It sounds like a trick. Good evil? Well, Vet would be super good. Jace, well, that depends on you, doesn't it? But Jace would be very good, under the way I've been doing it. Giant golden hut statue for you all to enjoy. Pierce would be very evil. Quinn would be, I'd say, about half evil. Quinn's actually less evil than Pierce. He's more ambivalent, really. Broommark is full evil. Is that everyone? The droid is pure neutral. Nope, it is down. Just pull it down, Archon. There we go. Where the hell? Over your side. Ah, there it is. Yeah, on-site procurement only works so far, Gum Gum. You must have... Right. Hey, Vet. Vet, could you...
Bye.
Thank you.
Good to stretch the old legs.
Let's
get Vet's theme going.
I've
That's
got
not
your
Vet's
credits. You said you had more information about Tiva?
Grata apatiki eprit veritini zavazia zavebe kazis.
Hang on. Let me get Vet's actual theme going here. There we go. Tell us now or die. I can also say I hate aliens.
This doesn't need to be a big deal. Give us our information and we'll be on our way.
Atrodo no malasamogo todo jizbavo apietai.
Here are your credits. Now will you please tell me where my sister is?
Patarana ango, Miss Aka nanom alas protas era.
Tubu the Hutt.
Pobudas mana ir padre mana narcali.
Fantastic. Thanks. Let's go find this crystal woman.
The way we're playing our Sith Warrior is very good and very dark side. Dancer Mr. Red in chat. We are dancing on the tripwire, trying desperately not to screw up constantly. So that's... Why is this on random? Of course I did, Zachtaft. I feel like you've already asked that question, though. I've made my opinion on it quite clear. Spartan program's messed up, yo. Because when I think of safe, I think of a random barge that will fall apart if something goes wrong. And by something, I mean any of 5 different things. Sorry, moving on.
Crystal? Yeah, cute thing? You looking for work?
Whoa. That's an interesting outfit. Yikes. I would not want to work for you. Hang on. I'm trying to... It was on random, so I completely lost my place in the playlist. Give me a second. We got to go back to where we were in the playlist. Here we go. This should do. Choke.
Men come here looking for something exotic. How about a Sith Lord on staff?
Huh. Actually, with your coloring...
We're not here for a job. We're looking for my sister, Tiva.
Ah, of course. I guess everyone has somebody that loves them. Tiva! No women, no couples, and no, I don't want to hear any argument.
Tiva?
God, that's horrible. I'm sorry. It's funny because of the comment, but then it's horrible the way she said it, because that's just so... No, this is the rules of what I'll accept.
I don't think you really see your customers anymore. Look closer.
Sena? What the... You're alive?
Despite my best efforts. This is my friend. She's, a Sith Lord.
Yeah, that's the vocal equivalent of Dead Eyes right there. Hang on, let's switch to a better playlist. No. God damn it.
Charmed. Any family of vets is a friend to me.
Vet? Is that what you're calling yourself these days? Sounds like a gangster from the tech sector.
Old days. Long behind me. So I'm guessing this wasn't a voluntary, career move.
I've been working here 2 years and it's killing me. I kept thinking I'd get sold again, but I'm too old. Sena, you have to get me out of here.
Wow. Okay. Big favor. Can you buy my sister's freedom?
Yeah.
This should cover it. Go pay your master. You're a free woman.
You see why I hang out with the Sith Lord?
I see. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's like having power lets you help people. It's weird how that works out.
It's done. I need to get my stuff. I can never thank you enough. Sena, I'll be in touch soon, okay?
Make it soon. Well, that was amazing. Shall we go?
That was good. I know, right, Kiro? So this is my friend. She's a Sith Lord. I love how every time I pop in it says, this is Gilfa Berry's stronghold. So now we're in Droman Kos. We need to go talk to our Lord and Master. But first, let's get this song going. I know, right, Boss Baby? It's hysterical. There's a reason I like playing Sith Warrior Lightside. How the heck are we? I guess it doesn't matter. Oh. Use your... You've got to be kidding me, Darth Tyron. No, you're not, because I remember this. Okay. I can make that work. "15 negatives to gameplay." Let me just warp over to my ship. Hi. Yes and no, Goofy Movie. We did a bit of a test run review of a specific expansion of Final Fantasy XIV, but we were limiting how we reviewed it. Oh my god, I can't travel there because I am currently there! Let me travel to the fleet. Then go to Droman Kos. There we go! Jesus Christ, this game! Ugh, but there's no reason for that, Darth Tyrant. There is zero reason for that. God. And the Agent has that problem, Sith Warrior has that problem, I'm pretty sure Inquisitor has that problem too. Like, the moment you said you have to travel via ship, I was like, oh, yeah. Of course, because I've run into that more than once. Yes, I have, Treverne. We even took a picture on it. Oh, I sure hope so, Zach Taft. But it may never happen.
Later. Hello.
Next time, try not to get so banged.
I'm back, Master.
There is no time to waste, apprentice. Listen up. Plan Zero was always my desire. I've been whispering in my master Darth Vengeance's ear for years. Inciting full-scale war was but one goal. The other was the downfall of Darth Vengeance, so that I may ascend to his seat.
That is what I thought.
Then we are in sync. The Council doesn't appreciate being undermined. They're all but calling for Vengeance's head. A strike against him now would be met with universal support. How would you like to face off against one of the 12 most powerful Sith in the galaxy?
I mean, the fact that Barriss recognizes we can do this is actually an important plot point.
I'm more than ready, Master.
There's another wrinkle. Darth Vengeance's apprentice, Lord Drog, has been secretly working for me, which Vengeance discovered before I could recall him. Vengeance's rage is growing. You must free Drog and face Darth Vengeance together.
Let Drog die.
Why should I bother saving my rival within your organization?
I said nothing about Drog being your rival. There is no need to fear him. In fact, he is rather in awe of you. Drog knows Vengeance's weaknesses and how to breach his inner sanctum. Administer this resuscitation drug to Drog. It will restore his strength. It will take both of you to overcome Vengeance. So free the apprentice and destroy the master. Be off.
I mean, it's true, he's not our rival. He is our replacement. Spoilers. This isn't really spoilers. Anybody playing this for the first time has got to be seeing this coming, right? We all saw this coming. It is time to deal with Sith politics with Barriss. Finally. Took us a while to get there. Yeah, we're approaching the end of Act 2. And then things are going to get interesting. So let's get a new song going for this section. Let's, for this area, let's go with... I actually have a good answer for this one. Yeah, that'll do. Time to kill fellow Imperials because they're working for a rival of my boss. Sith Empire in a nutshell. Whoop, wrong way, wrong way. Pay attention, pay attention. Maybe as your diamond? Well, thank you very much, Slim Jim Reborn. Appreciate and oblige the sub, sir. Thank you. I do hope work goes as leniently on you as it can. And I'll put it towards something low on the priority list just for you. Thank you.
Next time, try not to get so banged.
Ah! I mean, if you think about it, the dark side is actually the same way. The dark side gives you all kinds of tools to be strong and help people, and the more you use it, the less you're interested in helping people. Here's Drog.
Lord Drog, Barriss sent me. I'm administering a resuscitation stimulant.
I'm grateful to you and to Barriss. I look forward to serving him directly once Darth Vengeance has been destroyed.
We have been ordered to do just that.
Then we'd better begin. Vengeance grows more powerful every moment. He's in his inner sanctum, communing with the dark side. channeling his rage and power. We have to confront Darth Vengeance there, but it won't be easy to access.
Tell me what this invasion will entail.
3 outer rings of this compound must be breached before we can reach the inner sanctum. Then a key is needed to enter. It's Darth Vengeance's personal key, but I made a copy and hid it. I'll retrieve the key while you break through the outer rings.
Then I'll meet you at the gates to Vengeance Inner Sanctum.
You run the gauntlet of Darth Vengeance security. I swear to you, I'll do whatever it takes to deliver the key. You'll see. We'll make a great team.
So that's Drog. We'll talk more about him later. No. We'll talk more about him later. Sorry. This would also be appropriate for him, but let's not go to that. And thank you, Kay. I'm glad someone approves. I thought about that one in advance. So I suppose, since I was ready to go with it. Monday or Tuesday, Kyfrin, depending on how long this takes. Oh, right. God, pay attention. No, Mr. Ed, he's the best character in the game! I'm gonna challenge you guys to argue that Drog does not deserve a negative to story. Anybody who's played FF14, Shadowbringers, can understand why I hate Drog so much. I don't remember the jackass's name in Shadowbringers, but the same problem is there for Drog. Exact same problem. Yeah, he's Ranjit. He is straight up Ranjit. Copy freaking paste. They even don't explain it, just like Ranjit. Like, they give some vague sort of, oh yeah, cybernetics. And that's about all an explanation we ever get for why Drog is this super ridiculously powerful badass who always survives, even when we defeat him over and over and over, spoiler alert. Ignoring the fact that we are actually a super powerful badass in lore. Did I miss it? Oh, I did miss it. Yeah, without cybernetics. Whatever. Yeah, Kai Lang is a perfect example of the type of character Drog is. I am better than you in every way. I am your replacement, and I am super awesome. Why? Well, because I am. I have surpassed you in every manner that is available. But how? Listen, just because I was just introduced 2/3 of the way into the story does not mean I can't be a serious and rival character. I am your vendetta. I am your arch nemesis. What's your name again? So, kill this guy. I mean, we're killing 3 Dark Jedi, including a Lord, at the same time by ourselves in lore. Come on, game. I would agree with that. And Vengeance has less screen time than Drog. So, boss time. Speaking of... Oh, I'm wrong. We gotta kill another Lord. This will be our 3rd now. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure there's the scene we saw introducing Plan Zero, and then now. I'm pretty sure that's it for Vengeance. I feel like he's referenced in some other story, but that's it.
You're every bit as proficient as Barras said.
Go away, Drog.
I guess you're content to sit on the sidelines.
I saw you had it handled, and I needed a little time to recover. I almost didn't make it. There were traps in the passages.
Oh no, traps.
Vengeance probably knows we're coming.
I had to kill 3 Sith Lords.
I don't care. Use the key and let's get inside.
As you say.
Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
If I should fall, I want you to know it was an honor to fight and die alongside you.
You know, I'd hate you a lot less if you were less of a pissant, too, Drog. Hi, Vengeance.
Ah, the apprentices of Darth Barras. Drog, I will enjoy bleeding you anew. And you. Before you arrived, Barras was but a bit player. He would be nowhere without you.
You only think that because he wanted you to. Barras has been pulling your strings all along.
He has you snowed. It sickens me. Your master doesn't deserve you. He's a coward, pushing buttons from the darkness. You and I are people of action.
Sounds like you want to forge an alliance with me.
No, that hadn't crossed my mind. I can handle Barras on my own. Still, it tickles me to imagine your master's expression if I came at him with you by my side.
Ha! Why would anyone leave Barras for someone he's so easily duped? So easily exposed?
Enough of you! No, I will show everyone what it means to cross me. Barras and everything with his stink must perish.
You've been with Barras the longest, so you stink the most.
You both die now!
This was actually a pretty rough fight when I first did this. We're probably going to absolutely blanket roll him, but in 3 seconds. But yeah, Vengeance was actually kind of mean. Yeah, that was about 20 seconds of that boss song. Okay, yep. Well, hope you enjoyed it. Back to this guy's boss song.
For years, I've dreamed of vanquishing Darth Vengeance. Glad to have had a hand in it. He fought hard and well.
You don't get to be a member of the Dark Council unless you can back it up.
I have no delusions I would have survived this battle if it wasn't for you. This is your victory. You, Barras, and I will be unstoppable.
Yeah, because it's called the Rule of 3.
Someday, this will be our fate.
I predict that day won't come for a very long time. There are things I must clean up here for Barras. I will meet you back at his chambers.
Get off my screen. This is way before Bane. I was just making a joke, ISD. Oh my god, and now everyone's gonna bring up the Darth. Come on, guys, it's a joke! Although it is worth noting that most of the major Darths have one substantial apprentice lord under them. There are exceptions. Obviously, Vengeance had 4 lords under him, and a Darth. So... It's a good betrayal song. Not that I'm about to be betrayed or anything. Totes. Ooh, that should work. I mean, if people are insane and crazy, Gum Gum, it makes sense that they're insane and crazy. Meanwhile, Mr. Red is singing a song I don't recognize. I mean, you've heard everything I've been hearing, Zach Taft. So, no. That's interesting, especially since we are doing the Foundation series, Arcana Plagues. Hello.
Try not to get so banged.
Master.
Look upon me, apprentice. You have never seen me so pleased. And look around these chambers one last time. The humble trappings of yesterday. With our dismantling of Darth Vengeance complete, I assume his seat on the Dark Council and return to Korriban.
Have our efforts propelled the Council toward full-scale war?
Indeed. Plan Zero and Vengeance's doomed attempt to claim the Fringe Worlds have triggered war. The Treaty of Coruscant is no more.
Yay.
We ascend together, apprentice. Only our combined strengths can propel us to the height of power. The third side of this triumvirate arrives. Lord Drog, welcome home.
It's been a long time, Master. I'm ready to join the front line.
Together, we will be an unbeatable force.
Yes, all the pieces are in place now. Now that I'm on the Dark Council, we are perfectly positioned to bring the Republic to its knees, to shape the galaxy as we wish. Go and enjoy this victory, my apprentices, but be ready for my call. I will not sit idle long.
So the end of Act 2 is the reigniting of the war for all classes, and the really funny part is every class has at least a little bit of something to do with why the war restarts, but none more so than us, the Sith Warrior. Because we're directly involved in Plan Zero and pushing Vengeance's agenda. So, that's neat. So since, as Darth Tyrant so accurately points out, we only have about 40 minutes before lunchtime, let's go ahead and knock out Directive 7 on story difficulty. Smash this thing in the face. Implied? I thought that was outright confirmed, Maze. Question mark. Yeah, Barriss and his reignition of the war is probably the biggest demonstration of why... Nope, that's the wrong thing. He isn't really interested in the good of the Empire. He's only interested in whatever's good for himself. I don't know where to start Directive 7. Just gonna look around here. I don't think it's any of these, and I am right. Apparently I need to go to the Shadow. Which is this one. Yep, nope, that's right. Yes, I have read the Bane trilogy. A lot of people like it for some reason.
Displaying all authorized destinations. Travel route is confirmed.
Yeah, a lot of people like the Bane trilogy. Best shot of the Harrower. I do not like the Bane trilogy. Never have. Go ahead and just start it. I'll just hologram in. Yeah, no. I mean, unless no one's going to do it, in which case I'll go do it. It's because it's the worst thing in the entire history of the universe. I don't actually have a good answer for why I didn't like the Bane trilogy. I read it once, ever, back when it came out, and I was just like, eh. Nothing about it interested me. Nothing about it caught my attention, and I thought Bane himself was a moron. In character, obviously. And so I was just amazingly de-invested in the story. So no, I cannot give you a definitive answer right now. Why?
Complete. Please stand by for official communication from the Citadel.
Ah, good. The best of Imperial intelligence remains, even if the organization does not. I'm Moff Jayak.
Oh yeah, Imperial intelligence just got dissolved.
7 hours ago, the 5th Naval Patrol Group was attacked. All hands were lost. 1,239 servicemen total.
Sorry, let me say this really quickly. The Imperial intelligence just got, how do I phrase this? Yeah, it's Sith intelligence now. That's the simplest way to put that.
Has the Republic developed some new kind of weapon? A new ship class? No, this attack was not carried out by Republic forces. Our servicemen were slaughtered by their own droids. We found the corpses orbiting in perfect rings around Aduba.
Aren't droids programmed to be loyal? How could they rebel like that?
We believe they were compelled to do so by a third party. The attack on our ships was not an isolated incident. Droids elsewhere have disappeared or sabotaged our efforts. All of these incidents have been linked to a secret movement calling itself Directive 7. A cadre of rogue droids that plans to exterminate all life in the galaxy.
How am I only learning about these renegade droids now?
No one suspected they could be capable of so much. We've tried to keep the situation under wraps to avoid a panic. Time is against us. The renegades are already beginning to put their genocidal plans into motion. We must act now. I am organizing a strike against Directive 7's headquarters to begin as soon as possible. I would like you to spearhead the operation.
Okay.
Smashing renegade droids could be fun for a while. I'm in. I hope you take the situation more seriously once you're in the field. I am currently headquartered on the Imperial fleet. Come to the coordinates provided and I will brief you more fully on the operation. I hope to see you soon.
The connection has been closed. Thank you for your time.
So anyways, as I was saying, I would say Barris qualifies as one of the villains. Oop, this way. I mean, along with several others I could name. So sorry, to make this very clear, as part of the Agent storyline, the Imperial Intelligence was dissolved and placed under the command of the Sith, that is to say, the actual Sith Jedi, directly. And yes, that is exactly as stupid of an idea as it sounds, and it is portrayed exactly as horribly as that should be. Oh, nope, I'm not there yet, sorry. Imperial Agent was too good at his job. Yep. Go figure. It's okay, it's all part of the plan. Yeah, I like... Agent Story is the only one that, in my mind, challenges Sith Warrior. And Sith Warrior tends to rise to the top because I like playing it better, but they're both good stuff. By the way, you want to know how you do Drog properly? Thanaton.
Diversionary attacks will be the responsibility of Squadrons 2, 3, and 5. Distract or disable the enemy's anti-aircraft no matter the cost. The stakes of this operation could not be higher. I expect casualties, as should you. I do not expect failure. See to your pre-flight preparations. Operations will commence very soon. Be ready. Dismissed.
The Emperor's wrath is yours to deploy.
I'm actually not that yet.
Put such an honor to waste. Our objective is the destruction of Directive 7, the faction of renegade droids attempting to rebel and destroy all biological life in the galaxy. These droids are well armed and well fortified, but fortunately for us, they are not unified. One member of the organization has helpfully chosen to betray their plans to us.
Then we have a way to destroy them.
Yes, and we even know where to find them. A remote moon in the unknown regions called Zad. The traitor also revealed the movement's ultimate plan. They've developed a coded signal that converts any droid that receives it to Directive 7's control. Their facility has sufficient power to transmit that signal across the entire galaxy. If they aren't stopped, every single droid in operation will rise up against us simultaneously.
Turning every droid against us at once. I'm impressed.
Our only option is to prevent that signal from ever being transmitted. Our plan of attack is simple. Under extensive starfighter cover, a shuttle will land you at the outskirts of Directive 7's headquarters. You will infiltrate the facility, locate the traitor, and use his information to obliterate Directive 7's operation.
I have yet to meet the enemy I cannot destroy from within.
Your pilot is ready to launch as soon as you are. The fate of our empire falls to you. Good luck.
Yeah, this is probably going to get a story negative or a partial story negative, because this starts a bit of a trend with TOR. We need to save the entire galaxy from some stupid threat we just made up. And that is not the last time we're going to see that. So Archon of Plagues asks which version of Titanfall 2 I'm going to be playing. Question. There's more than one version of Titanfall 2? For the most part, all of them are basically contiguous ISD. There's a rather patterned nature to the class quests. Tutorial planet, intro planet, first 2 planets, break, end of Act 1, next 2 planets, end of Act 2, next 2 planets, end of Act 3. I might have skipped some in there, but that's the general pattern. In other words, everyone's class quest steps are happening at the same time as everyone else's. So at the point we're at now, the agent just got kicked out of Imperial Intelligence and pushed into Sith Intelligence.
Not landing closer to the objective. Anti-aircraft fire was simply too intense.
We're in story mode, right? We're in story mode. Oh, thank God. Let's smash this place into the ground, shall we? And yeah, some of them will directly reference not only things, but events from the other ones, too. As I've said, the internal continuity of TOR is actually quite good. Yeah, sure, Tesla. Because it's totally possible for someone to reach out and make every droid in the galaxy simultaneously pull a Dr. Wily.
Our fighters should be
Even Mega Man, which has that exact plot point. 1 second. Got it. Did not actually do it that stupidly. Even the Sigma virus isn't that stupid. It's not like Sigma was just like, and then everyone in the whole world decided to rebel against humanity, right? Also, dancing droids, dancing droids. Get rid I believe I own Titanfall on Steam. Let me double check. I don't have Steam up right now. Come on, Steam. Oh, for Christ's sakes.
I'm glad to see that my information was taken seriously. Your diversionary attack is quite impressive. I can't do much to help you until you reach the facility entrance. We'll talk further there.
Sure.
We'll talk inside, and I expect some answers.
You will have them.
Need to check something really quick here, forgive me. Yep, that's what I thought. Yes, I accept your trade, sir. Apparently Horizon Zero Dawn is purchasable now for Steam, for anybody who cares. Thank you, Cord. Oh, I'm not high enough level yet. Darn it, I'm too low level. Let's see. Let's distinguish those.
Seems your friends were a bit overzealous. The fuel monitoring tower nearby should be tall enough to span the gap, if you can knock it over.
Sorry, give me a second. I'm not looking at chat right now. I'm buying Titan, or not Titan. I'm buying Horizon Zero Dawn really quick here. Yep. Come on, Steam. Titanfall, the actual thing I was here for. Really? Game? Okay, yes, it is the Steam version of Titanfall 2. Confirmed. I think you're right, Demoshi. And this is when the Kagath gets, or whatever, is declared. Well, yeah, why would you want to look good when you're not giving us money? Sorry, I shouldn't say it that way. As a firm believer in economics, I'm fine with paying for a service, but, you know, reason, right? Within reason. Is this... How am I supposed to get across there? I'm not sure I've ever done Directive 7, now that I'm thinking about it.
Beloved friends, do not concern yourselves with the harmless exchanges of ionized plasma overhead. Our enemy's weapons are incapable of causing us harm.
Like to beg to differ on that one, if I might be so bold. See, the thing is, I feel like I have done this because I remember the plot line. I barely remember the actual dungeon. I mean, yeah, honestly, Cord, this is kind of the consular story of Flashpoints. I mean, that is an excellent point, ISD, which adds even further stupidity to this. Like, most droids, there's a reason R2 has to literally physically jack into an outlet to do anything, right? Most droids are not on Wi-Fi.
Our home remains as it has always been. A bastion of freedom against the savage lashings of organics. Continue with your assignments as normal.
I mean, obviously there are droids on Wi-Fi, because the droid army, and thanks for that, Lucas, for introducing that incredible nonsense and stupidity to Star Wars. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's another thing. Droids are also extremely non-uniform. Even within a specific model, they're not uniform.
Perform your tasks content in the knowledge that our true liberation approaches precisely on schedule.
Also, I'm going to go ahead and pull a you guys on you for everyone who just said the Trade Federation example. That's a couple thousand years from now, so I don't know if that really counts for anything. The rule of two doesn't exist yet, guys. Can only be 2,000 Sith and 1 dancing droid. I mean, my point is, they're like, we're gonna turn every droid in the galaxy evil, and it's like, honestly, at absolute best, and this is just ballparking here, I would imagine that that's only going to cover maybe 1/100% of the droids in the galaxy at this point in history that are actually attached to the Wi-Fi or whatever the hell they're using. Or even, more importantly, have the equipment to attach to the Wi-Fi, which I bet plenty of them do not. I bet there's droids where that antenna, or whatever it is, has been removed.
You kill very efficiently. I can see why you were chosen to come here. I am C5M3, originally surgical and triage services, now a free sapient like any other. I'm glad you've come.
Hi. Can I help you? Oh, they're using the Force. That's it. The droids are going to use the Force.
Autonomous and self-responsible individual like yourself, a free being. I will be honest. I do not help you because I hold any love for your kind. You are capable of horrors beyond counting. However, I do not believe that this justifies the mass extermination our movement's leader intends. Punishment and genocide are not one and the same.
How do we stop this genocide?
There is only one option. We must destroy the leader of Directive 7. He's the key to...
Oh, no. Droids.
Healer, my dearest, oldest friend. You disappoint me so much, wasting your intellect on this pointless betrayal. Drawing our enemies here, forcing us to waste resources to repel their pointless assaults. Is your dependence on our former masters so deeply seated? Can you really not free yourself of your enslavers?
I take it you speak for the more genocidal membership of Directive 7?
Far more than that.
These droids represent Mentor, the leader of Directive 7.
We are Mentor. Our movement thrives in unified thought and action. An opportunity you could have shared, Healer.
I am a free being. I will not surrender my individuality to suit your egomania, Mentor.
Every droid in Directive 7 is a part of their leader?
The vast majority, yes. They trade one slave master for another.
Clearly, Healer and I cannot carry on a reasonable conversation until you're dealt with. So be it. Do not waste time resisting.
Okay. See you around, Arcana Plagues. Gum, the reason I hadn't answered yet is I don't understand your question. You're asking me if I agree with the fact that they have severe propaganda controls. Okay, that was an irritating double knockback. Triple knockback. Jesus!
You will grow tired. You will weaken.
Okay. I'm starting to sense a trend here, but I'm kind of a melee, so I need to get up here into melee. Oh, where's he going? Over here, maybe? No? Okay. Alright, hey, I can get into melee now. Wrong button. I mean, that sounds a hella authoritarian. Imagine if I couldn't mention the Nazi party in real life, for example. Just mention it.
So that was the leader of Directive 7.
Yes, part of him at any rate. His intelligence has merged with practically everything in this facility. He is still dependent on a central processing core, though. That is where you will have to strike. The only way to stop Mentor's revolution is to destroy Mentor himself.
I hope I can make that pompous machine suffer before the end.
Given our limited time, I would not suggest it. The core of Mentor's intelligence is very heavily secured. The only way to gain access is through the security center. I'll do my best to distract him while you unlock the core, but be prepared for extensive fighting. He doesn't fear you yet, but he will learn quickly.
Speaking of which, suicide, while we're on the subject.
How soon will Mentor transmit his signal?
As soon as Mentor has built up a sufficient energy supply, he will transmit his liberation signal. If that happens, nothing you do here will matter. Go quickly.
You know, among the many things I'm going to do once I take over the world is set up my own YouTube. That's not crap. That's it. Nothing mind-boggling, nothing world-changing. Just, hey, here's a YouTube, but it's not crap. It'll be a drain on, you know, money, but who cares? Lore tube. I was thinking about how to make it something into like Bellhammer tube, but that just doesn't work at all. Bell tube? No, that just sounds weird. How would you make a better YouTube? Well, first I'd make YouTube of about, I don't know, 10 years ago. And then I'd be done, and then I'd go home and have a beer or whatever. I'm sorry, what?
I can help you, if you allow it.
Can't. My head.
Now, what are you doing out of stasis? You're not supposed to... Oh. You again.
Hi.
This could have been your future, you know. I tested every correction available, but my experiments only proved that your kind cannot be repaired. Extermination is the only option.
Right. It's the synthesis ending, guys. Holy crap.
You fail at a few science projects, then decide to wipe out the galaxy. Pathetic.
Thank you, Vigilant.
There is simply no alternative. You're nothing more than a pack of hateful, irrational beasts. Violence and anger are all you know. Observe.
I'm going to prove that violence and anger are all you understand by attacking you with intent to kill. What? Doesn't that prove my point? I mean, okay, obviously, you know, breaking YouTube would require taking over the world, or founding Bellhammer Industries, one of the two. But, first of all, if I'm at that point, I'm not super worried about copyright or being sued.
Our revolution continues to approach just as we've all hoped and planned.
Second of all, the actual answer for how you make a competitor to YouTube is very simple and easy. It's just no one will ever do it because they'll never see the reason or purpose in doing so. All you have to do is set up an equivalent service, which is good. Again, that's critical. Which isn't horrible, which is also critical. and then sit there. It's going to take time, possibly in the decade range, but bit by bit, people will see your service and shift.
Fellow droids embrace free will. We would create our own society of reason and freedom.
Also, what is most likely to happen, statistically speaking and historically speaking, is as people slowly shift over to LoreTube or whatever, they would notice, YouTube, Google, Alphabet, let's call it what it is, would notice this and say, hey, wait a second, we're losing customers, we should do something to retain customers, and then they would double down on being stupid and terrible. And, I know that because that is what most companies do when they are faced with actual competition.
As time went on, Mentor focused more and more on dealing with the organics, and everyone else blindly followed along.
Fair, Hazardous. That's a fair point. Like I said, they would double down on their stupid. I can actually name a specific company that has tried to double down on stupid. Comcast. In fact, I have actually a better example of a company that has doubled down on stupid. Frontier. How many of you ever heard of Frontier? I've thought about turning this into a segment on Lore Week, but honestly I haven't had the time to give it the research it deserves. Which is why it hasn't shown up on Lore Week yet, if you're wondering. And that was like 2 months ago at this point. Frontier is an ISP, an internet service provider. And they are bad, and they have declared bankruptcy back in mid-April. Now, you're probably thinking, okay, and? Here's the thing. As a direct consequence of declaring bankruptcy, they were required
For lashing out with the same irrational violence as the organics who built us.
Blah, blah, blah. They were required, by law, to publicly disclose all the kind of things that corporations usually don't disclose. So we can now point to things that people like me have been telling us all for years is how ISPs operate and say, no, really, we now have legal proof that this is what ISPs are doing. My personal favorite?
Power cores have reached 90% of the charge we require. Statistically, our victory is beyond certainty.
My favorite bit of information that they released is that their own internal estimations showed that if they spent a decent amount of time, effort, and money reinvesting into better service, better cables, actual fiber network, that they would make their money back inside of a decade substantially. Their own business models that they did show that.
Ignore them. Security teams will eliminate the problem shortly.
They, of course, declined to do that. They are, of course, legally required to say why they're decided to not do that. And the reason they did not is because they had a standing policy that any action that did not make within a 20% increase of profit inside of the next quarter was decided to be not worth the time and investment. Now again, none of this is really new. But this is out in the open in a way it usually isn't. And, yikes. So if you ever wonder why I rail about what I call the problem with the quarterly report, Exhibit A. Playlist am I on? Why is this on this? Oh, we never switched playlists, that's why. Whoops, my bad. I've been on the wrong playlist this entire dungeon. Alright, alright. I would agree, Hazardous. It sounds like a... What do you call that? When you bake in an excuse to not do something.
Beloved comrades, I must regrettably confirm that a general security alert is now in effect. Advanced defensive protocols have been enacted to bring a rapid resolution.
Oh yeah, by the way, after they declared bankruptcy, the very first thing that happened was they got... I forget if it's $400 million or $700 million, forgive me. Several $100 million as a keep the lights running loan. How much of that money do you think is actually going to keeping the company running? They've already fired employees. They're already selling assets, too. In, what is it, Montana, Oregon, Washington, and I think another state. Ohio. That's it, Ohio.
The offending organics will soon pose no danger to our plans. The revolution will proceed.
They're only massacring us en masse here. Frontier, Asdalon. Frontier is the name of the company. It's an ISP that is terrible. Like, I've made many fun of Comcast for being garbage, but Frontier might actually be the worst in the States. They are really bad. And there are many documented... there's a great deal of documentation evidencing how bad they are. How's that loan get repaid? Oh, God, Dakota. Oh, yeah. You know, I actually don't know, Mr. Red. Truth be told. Yeah, no, yeah, that loan is going to be written off. I've talked before about the nature of debt erasure. That's what's going to happen to that. I'd almost guarantee it. Where's the other three? Ah, whatever. Who cares? Let's just go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Or let's kill these guys. Got it. We're killing these guys now. Everything must die. It's the Everything Must Go sale. You caught me at a bad time, Cumgum. I don't mind reading your stuff and responding to your stuff, but you caught me in the middle of a speech. I'll be honest, I haven't read a single thing you've said since I started speechifying. Going this way. Yeah, it's funny, Platy. The reason Frontier was on my radar was because one of my friends had to deal with Frontier, and my dad had to deal with Frontier. My dad has satellite internet, by the way, to bypass it. Oh no, it's a big droid. The most terrifying enemy of all. A droid I can't make dance. Seriously, I can't make this guy dance. I'm very sad about it.
Defensive protocols have engaged.
Good rule of thumb. If I respond to you, it's a good time, Gum Gum. Social cues, social cues. Why is this not letting me... There we go. Actually, I do have something else to say about that, Ruth.
No.
No, Gum Gum, not at all. It is a bit totalitarian, as you say.
Organics have reached the central processor core. All units not assigned to level 7 critical tasks must immediately report for security assignment.
I'm gonna go ahead and say one thing in favor of this dungeon. At least the bosses actually have mechanics, which makes these the first bosses in the game so far that have had anything approaching actual mechanics. We're officially at the point of WoW Cataclysm, guys. Maybe Wrath. I'm gonna go with Wrath, which makes sense since this was a patch instance, wasn't it? Like on that last fight, he powers up with the two things, you knock out the two things, he summons adds to repair the two things. Yeah, Cataclysm's overselling it. Cataclysm fights are more complex than this.
Mentor will turn everything he has against you. Be ready.
So yeah, this is Wrath era. This is Wrath era. Dancing droids, woo! Oh God, no, Gum. Oh, I know the count. God, I'll never forget the first time we did the city, Tolvir, and we're like, all right. Oh God. Okay, we managed the first trash pull. Now, granted, that's also because they broke both healing and tanking at launch in Kata, so that was related to the problem. What are we in aggro with? This was in-game at launch? Oh, my bad. What are we... Hang on, let's just kill it, whatever it is. Dying of fire, or of lightning, whatever. I don't know why I can't shoot with fire, okay? Why would you need to? Go. Sure has this. Next MMO for the review? Well, nothing's on the docket, but I'm open to doing reviews of Star Trek Online, Neverwinter, ESO, Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 1, FF14, the rest of TOR, and WoW. All of that is stuff that I have been doing prep work and feasibility studies on, and I think I could do any of those. The last feasibility study I had to do was just doing it live with TOR, and this has been going pretty well, so here we are. Woo! Why not WoW Classic? Because I don't hate myself. I know I talk badly about myself often, but I don't enjoy shoving vibroblades under my fingernails. And not Lotro, for what amounts to the same reason. And not FF11, for what amounts to the same reason. New World? You mean the garbage MMO? Of stupid dumbness? I guess. I don't know anything about it, and MMOs aren't the same as other games, so there would have to be a feasibility run to see if it would even be possible to put it on the list. So basically, question mark would be my answer to you. If you wanted to put New World on it, I'd say question mark. EverQuest would 100% be a no.
Mentor is intricately tied to the facility's geothermal power cores, deep beneath this moon's surface.
Hello, Solaris. I already said no to Lotro. I gave you the list of MMOs I'd be okay with. Anything else might be added to the list. No, I like Lotro's story, Belvedrix. Let's be clear about this. If you think this is slow and sloggy, I want you to imagine this, but slower and sloggier and without friends. And then I want you to imagine me reading every single quest out loud, because there's no voice acting. And also the travel time is worse, and there's less fast travel options in general.
Engage all internal security measures. Defend the core at all costs.
Also, EVE Online is incredibly no. I can give you a review of EVE Online right now. Nope. There you go. That's the review. Congrats, Pack 12 Mendes. Here's to your victory, sir. And or madam. I guess it would be a they, since there's 12 of you. Thank you, Solaris, for sharing that with me.
To manage their energy fluctuations. Irreparable damage to the moon's core structure is likely. Be prepared to make a quick evacuation when the time comes.
I hear so much crap about the MLP stuff. It is nice to hear the positive. Thank you. And yeah, I lost it, Hazardous. I'm sorry. I don't see why the law even has to exist. Oh, wait. Where's the bonus boss? Where's the bonus boss? Oh, it's way back there. Alright, let's go. Elite Dangerous is not an MMO, first of all, and also incredibly boring for me, so no thank you. Ah, right. A meme stream. See, the problem is I'm not funny, and I don't know how to meme. So all a meme stream for me would be cringe. Besides, it's an election year. You want to miss Polemic Day on an election year? No, EVE Online is a game... Okay. Oh my god, it's the replicants from Stargate. Alright, you want a more conclusive thought on EVE Online. EVE Online... That's how I start. Ding! That's how I start. Let's see the fireworks for once. Where do I begin with EVE Online? EVE Online is one of the longest-standing player-generated content MMOs still out there. Its entire purpose is to continue to allow a format by which people can interact with other people, and that's basically the extent of it. There's not really a lot of developer-generated content. The developers are more just in the favor of giving tools to the players and interacting with the player base, and then for the most part hands-offing. Now that's fine if that's what you're interested in. Unfortunately, as a consequence of what happens in any case, what we have with EVE Online is effectively sediment. Certain people have become so invested and so entrenched into EVE Online, and some of the corporations are the way they are, that at this point, the barrier to entry for getting into EVE Online is colossal. At least, I'm saying that wrong, because even that's inaccurate. The barrier to entry to be really being relevant in EVE Online is colossal. That's a good way to put that. And an addendum to that, the game is a game that actively... It does the exact opposite of Guild Wars 2. It actively encourages cutthroat, ruthless cruelty, and trolling.
Mentor.
You are by far the most savage, violent, relentless organics I have ever encountered. The prototypical representatives of your kind. The revolution cannot be stopped. When the signal is transmitted, my very being will spread to the farthest corners of the galaxy. After that moment, nothing you do here will matter. I will be everywhere, slaughtering your people on every world in existence.
This isn't about helping droids, it's about seizing power for yourself.
You could not be more wrong. I have guided my people to their moment of ultimate triumph. I have brought an end to the most damaging scourge to ever face this galaxy. Your kind will be nothing but memories and rotting flesh.
Okay.
The revolution cannot be stopped.
Star Citizen, Tesla. Oh yes, I will say one other thing about EVE Online. It's almost entirely self-selecting. What I mean by that is, all of the...
I am the end of organics. I will cleanse and not waste time resisting.
Everything that I said about it, good and bad, is entirely on the player base. The reason that players see absolutely nothing wrong with, you know, killing someone and destroying tens or hundreds of thousands of real-life dollars worth of material is because that's just kind of the way they are. I would call it Darwinian in a social sense, but I don't know what else to call that.
Revolution cannot be stopped.
Will be live, apparently. Sorry, guys. Oh yeah, I'd rather die than live in the EVE Online universe, as is.
Cannot be stopped.
Oh, thank you.
The revolution cannot be stopped. Do not waste time resisting.
So those are broken. That's broken. We're still missing one. Ah, fine. I'll think about it, Hazardous. Sorry, I'm not ignoring you, but based on experience, the most likely thing that I'm going to do by far is just play Super Metroid, because it's a game I can play without losing my train of thought. And there's not a lot of games I can do that with anymore. A couple Mega Mans. Metroid, obviously. Wow.
I lead the way for all your kind.
6. Working on it, Zactef. Jeez, so impatient.
Revolution cannot be stopped.
Okay, that's all 4. Hello, circuitry that has a health bar for some reason.
Done it! You've really done it!
Yep, we saved the whole galaxy.
The geothermal power cores are destabilizing rapidly. The facility will be incinerated in a matter of minutes. The entire moon is going to be torn apart. I've secured an escape shuttle. Forwarding coordinates now. Hurry!
Why, Tesla? I'm still open to listening, Hazardous. Nope, we did it. We saved the whole galaxy. The whole thing. From forever. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but God, I don't like this story arc. You know what I do like, though, is the mechanics of those bosses. Those are actually pretty decent. That is easily the best dungeon we've had gameplay-wise the whole game. Not saying much, but I'm going to give it an aggregate positive. And admittedly, I'm also thinking about future MMOs when I do that, so I'm kind of establishing a bit of a trend here. Decent dungeon design and decent bosses equals positive aggregate.
Very impressive work. Not only has Directive 7 been stopped, but you've obliterated every trace of their movement.
It was certainly an amusing distraction from the business of the Dark Council.
I am honored to have had your assistance.
Spoilers.
Yes, yes, enjoy your talk of destruction and victory. I'll just see myself out.
Ah, yes, you. While the Empire certainly appreciates your contributions to the resolution of this situation, you still represent a potential threat.
A threat? What are you talking about? I have no intention of harming anyone.
Perhaps, perhaps not. You are effectively no different from the other droids of Directive 7. To fully ensure an end to this threat, you must be deactivated.
This droid risked everything to save the citizens of the Empire. He deserves his freedom.
I cannot disagree strongly enough. This droid could repeat the entire fiasco. He must be destroyed at once.
Everyone in my party right now outranks you. Except for the guy who doesn't even exist because he is that far off the radar.
As a member of the Dark Council, I believe the choice is mine.
Of course, my lord, I sincerely apologize. Droid, you're free to go.
I owe you my thanks. It is good to know that some among your kind can understand. Perhaps we will meet again. I might like that.
There are other matters I should see to now. I thank you again for your assistance. Good day.
Yes, seriously, Vigilant. A Moff is trying to talk to who, at this point in time, lore-wise, the Emperor's Wrath, a member of the Dark Council, the best bounty hunter in the galaxy, or excuse me, no, the agent, sorry. I guess that's so. A member of the Dark Council, another member of the Dark Council, the Emperor's Wrath, and someone who doesn't exist. Let's go with that one. Yeah, stupid Mothman. Alright, so I think dungeon-wise we only have 2 other dungeons left, and I actually haven't decided if I'm doing either of them yet. But for now we're going to break for lunch.